Well,
Hi.
beautiful. Seemed to work. You're very loud. It's distorting on my end a little bit, but
I am very loud.
yes.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, we got background music. All right, that's great. So, all right. So here we are with inefficient and counterproductive. And how are you feeling tonight?
We are feeling definitely inefficient and definitely counterproductive.
Yep.
The first thing we absolutely have to do, Will, is say hello to John DeMarco and Mountains of Elysium, my old friends from the internet. Am I loud
All right.
still? Am I blowing out your speakers still? Should I turn down my volume?
That sounds all right now. Yeah, it was
Okay.
just distorting a little bit. I still haven't figured out a way to how I'm supposed to monitor this. I don't know where it is showing it up on my channel for some reason.
Oh, I think, yeah, okay. So people should know that if anybody is on here actually watching this, we feel for you. Because we're just
sorting out the bugs here.
Yeah, we're just messing around right now.
Your channel, okay, where's the live? Let's see.
So what I did was just go to my channel, and then I reloaded the page once we started.
Oh, maybe that's
Then it was there. I am pouring myself a nice cold Coca-Cola, everybody.
All right, it should be showing up, but I still don't see. Oh wait. Oh yeah, okay, it is. What is this about? Right, okay. It was there the whole time. All right, let me mute this. Found it. Oh yeah, okay, it is. What is this about? Right.
You have to mute it.
It was there the whole time. Hold on. Found it.
Oh, look, you can see my.
What is this about? Right.
Can you guys see in the background in my kitchen over there that one of my lights got disconnected from the Google Home, so it's like, what do I do? I don't have a home. Please.
Well, also, I should tell you now that my name is Will. I'm on the also known as the Glarf and some other things. And my nickname is Squilla Mahandarana Mystifica Pepinopostria Phalagar, if you want to use that for brevity's sake. I still remember that. I made that name up in college, and I still remember all 27 syllables of it. So, highly inefficient. Anyway, I'm on the east coast of the U.S., somewhere, destination unknown. And my sister is down in not the east coast of the United States.
No, in fact, the west-ish coast of the continent. Kind of not on the continent. You know what's neat?
Yeah, are you on the continent or not?
Well, okay, geographically,
North American. What's that?
Cartographers like to say that this is all part of North America, right?
Okay.
Let me make it clear. I'm on the Isthmus of Panama right now, which is the bit of volcano barf between southern Mexico and Colombia. So really, it's not Mexico. It really starts around southern Guatemala and goes through El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, etc. And I don't like to mention Belize. They don't count. They're too rich. But I'm in Costa Rica. And I think there are I need to look it up again, but I think there are 8 different plates that come together here. It's basically the most brittle part of the faults on this side of the continent. And there wasn't anything here when, so go back, a couple 100 million years and you have Pangea, right? Big land mass, Earth, big land mass. North America breaks away from Europe. South America breaks away from Africa, right? And they float over onto this side of the globe. And then when there's a big ice age, and then when the ice starts to retract, a bunch of volcanoes barf up a lot of spit, dribble, drool that accidentally connects the southern part of North America and the northern part of South America. And that is where I am.
Yeah, right in the center point.
You know what's cool about it, Will?
You're in the belly button of the continents. What?
This is a very inefficient opening, but
yes, it is.
What's cool about it is that there are no fossils here, none, because there's no bedrock. It's all just lava that was spit over. the only archaeology there is to do here is on human cultures from the last 10,000 years. But there are no, other than occasionally you might find a shark's tooth out in the water, but that's really unlikely too, because there are no cliffs, there's no sedimentary rock, there's nothing that old.
But what do you have there? You've got rain and cloud forest and sloths and monkeys.
Yeah, we have those. They're all right.
And terrible ants.
Terrible ants?
And there's some kind of terrible ants there, aren't there? Bullet ants or something? Or maybe that's Africa.
Oh, yeah, there. But we also have leafcutter ants everywhere.
Oh, well,
which are wonderful ants.
Yeah, those are good. The bullet ants, not so great. But
well, if you're a YouTube star who makes your money by getting stung by horrible things, yes.
Yeah, right. There's that guy that did that, and it was terrible. He said it was terrible. There was some kind of a wasp down there too that he stung with.
Oh, the tarantula wasps. We get those in the house. Like not too long ago, Fifi and I were both sitting in the house here, and a tarantula walked down the hallway.
Ooh, beautiful. Yeah. Tarantulas don't worry me, but the wasps are not great. But it wasn't that. It was some kind of awful wasp that, not tarantula wasps, but this was, what was the name of it? I should probably preface, now that we've been all kinds of inefficient and counterproductive in introducing this is the channel for inefficiency and counterproductivity, okay? There actually is an ethos behind all this, and we're demonstrating it as we speak. The idea is, and I have a little introductory video on that our cultures have become too tied up in the concepts of productivity and efficiency as being measurements of quality as a human being, which is just ridiculous. This is all artifacts of the Industrial Revolution of the 20th century. And really, there's plenty of things that don't call to be inefficient on purpose and counterproductive, as far as the definitions, those statements are understood by the general culture. So we aim to reverse that, or at least show off where it's much better to be inefficient and counterproductive. And here we are being inefficient and counterproductive, even in the beginning of our video. So how does that sound? How does that hit you?
Okay, so I'm just opening a board thingy because, hold on.
Oh, yeah. Like a chat?
No, where is it? Oh, it's here. Okay. Ooh, here we go. So.
Oh, Jamboard, yeah.
Yes. Let's see. Productivity. Oh my God. Activity. Culture. There. That was exciting, wasn't it?
Yes.
What I was trying to do is say, so I've been trying to map out in my head this whole ethos, as you called it, this whole philosophy. And it's got so many parts. And so you just mentioned the productivity culture. I call it the Protestant work ethic thing, that when your work becomes a moral definition of yourself, Yeah. And it's a huge one. It's a huge one. But there's also the one that's so this is why I need to map it out. There's also the part where I actually am way better at what I do for my work when I do all kinds of other things. So it's not just a moral question. It's like neuroscience.
Yes, I can see that. I find that I'm at my most productive and most creative when I'm supposed to be doing something else. Exactly.
Yeah. And I also mean when I, John DeMarco is saying, you are demonstrating your topic very efficiently. I'm saying that it's not just like procrastination land. It's that my brain draws better, is more creative and draws better illusions between things, and does better work, describes what is going on in, say, Congress, better when I have spent the weekend playing pinball.
I can see that. Yeah. Have you ever noticed the phenomenon related to that? Back in the days when we used to play video games, in the Aladdin's Castle over in the mall, used to play games like track and field and
I still remember you going like this.
Yeah, I still do that actually to this day. It's ways to place the buttons, but
running on track and field, right?
Yep. But I noticed through all of those video games, no matter what I was playing, Wizard of War or Defender or
Gauntlet,
action, a lot of them. I noticed that you could try to get better and try to get better and try to get better and play quarter after quarter, right? Eventually, you wouldn't do so well. Then when you stopped and left, and like a week later it came back, you come back and like double your score in the first quarter. It's almost like you reach a plateau in mental processes in one session. Then you have to go away from it a while and let everything kind of reset and simmer and mulch. And then when you come back, you do much better. I don't know all the neuromechanics behind that, but I've always noticed that as a phenomenon. But
there are neuromechanics behind it. So okay, I'm going to attempt to do this. I don't really know very well how to use a Jamboard, it turns out.
Oh, well, I use this all the time. I just do it with drawing though, rather than text. Like a whiteboard. There's a setting there you can, where is it? On the bottom you can use to just draw with. Oh, I guess, no, it's a second from the top, I guess. I don't know, that's what I do. What is it you're trying to do? I guess you're right, it was the tarantula hawk that the guy was talking about. There was a video where somebody was gauging the most painful stings and stinging himself on YouTube. I guess that was the tarantula.
Hello?
Tarantula wasp. Yeah?
Was I gone for a while?
No.
Oh, well, I thought I was saying stuff and then no one was saying anything back, and I thought, well, they're all just agreeing with me vehemently. It's a joke. Okay. So I do know that some of the neuroscience behind this, and it has everything to do with explicit versus, I don't want to say implicit because we talk a lot about implicit bias these days. I'm talking about explicit versus implicit thinking, thought. So there's a lot of thought, like the thought that we have when we're talking to ourselves in our brain, that's explicit. We know we're doing it. We talk about, we know we think this about that. Implicit thought is all the stuff that happens that you are unaware of at the neocortex level. So there's just a shit ton of stuff that your brain does. For example, when you play a video game for a long time and then go away and then come back, it's really processing all those things and firing those neurons more and making connections between things that we are just not, our stupid chatterbox parrot brain are not aware of. There's so much more that the brain does, and we tend to think that the things that we're aware of it doing are the only things that matter, and that's not true.
I caught a piece of an interview with it was WYPR, so I guess it was probably an interview that was on NPR or something, but it was all about this. It was all about implicit bias and
when?
Now I don't know. It was a few days ago.
Okay.
It was really interesting. It wasn't telling me anything I already knew, but it was reaffirming opinions that I had generated just from reading other things. But it's just talking about that we all have biases that we don't even know that we have consciously. But it had to do with a lot of studies that studied people and how they, if they knew that they were if they knew that they were implicit bias, it caused them to be a little bit less biased, but still not necessarily, it helped, but it didn't completely wipe away bias. It's just that it made a little bit of a difference when you knew about it.
Yeah. Have you taken the Harvard implicit bias test?
No.
Okay. Well, look it up online. It's interesting the thing that interests me is not so much the questions of race and sex and the bias. I'm not as interested in the bias part as I am in the implicit part.
Well, right. I mean, but
Yeah.
and plus it's just a matter. It could be a bias towards anything. I mean, studies
Right.
have shown that you treat people differently if you think they have more money than you or not. I mean, it doesn't have to
Or-
be race.
I am biased towards butter and against margarine. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, okay. Well, I agree with that, and I'm biased towards Hellman's over Duke's. Thank you. But
Me too. Me too. Why is
Duke's
this?
just
I mean,
tastes oily to me. I don't know why.
and everybody seems to think that Duke's is the thing. Duke's
It's
is
not.
like the one everybody loves now.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. I mean, it was always Hellman's. In fact, they did a brand loyalty little seminar, and one of the ridiculous. I through all the years in being in corporate culture over those years, I went through a whole bunch of different fad management training things like total quality management and all sorts of things. One of them was branding, and they made some good points, but the seminar talked about brand loyalty. One of the biggest brand loyalties there are in any consumer markets was Mayo, and the biggest, and it was Hellman's was the one. But now I'm seeing Duke's everywhere, and even Mom's buying it. And then
Yeah.
Kirk seems to have something to say, but it doesn't taste as good, and the consistency isn't as good. So at least to me, so it's biased right there. So.
I agree. Hold on a second. We have more people. Yitz is here. Hi, Yitza. Ah. Does everybody out there know that Yitza and I work together now? Also, Hex Allen Comics. Do I know Hex Allen Comics? I think I kind of dropped out around the time. Maybe you. Do I know you? You tell me. And Mountains is here. Mountains was here before. Did I say hi to you, Mountains? And Parrot Head. Hi, Parrot Head. And John DeMarco is with me on the butter. What?
Oh yeah, Parrot Head. Somebody.
One of the what's his face? Buffett.
Yeah, Buffeteer.
Yeah. The tarantula hawk, the tarantula wasp, does indeed lay. Okay, so it stings and paralyzes the tarantula, drags it back to the tarantula's own den, lays its larvae inside the live tarantula, which is now paralyzed, and the larvae gets bigger and eats it from the inside out.
Beautiful. That ranks up there with that one mold that brainwashes the caterpillars. You've seen that?
Oh yeah.
It brainwashes I think it's caterpillars. Caterpillars are it's one of, oh no, it's some insect. Ants, I think it takes over the brains of ants and causes them to go.
Yeah, and makes them do wacky shit, right?
Yeah.
Makes them walk up a stick all the way to the top or something. It's some weird ass thing.
Yeah, it causes them to behave in such a way as that the mold or whatever can reproduce. I forget exactly what.
Yeah.
But it's that's
did you know?
creepy
Okay,
stuff. What?
Jumping back to the leafcutter ants. Do you know what they eat? Do you remember that whole thing? They can take down like an entire tree in a day, and they take these little pieces, little bits and pieces of leaf back to their giant underground hives, and they have special chambers where they take those leaves and put them there with a little bit of spit on a big bundle of leaf stuff, and that's where they grow a mold, which is what they actually eat. They're farmers.
Wow. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Isn't that cool? Yeah.
What is this? 12 out of I'm getting a notice here.
Wait, notice of what? Oh, look, Yitza says, from when I said we work together, he says, I attempt to work with you, yes, me being super efficient versus your inefficiency. Did I make him sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Oh, by the way, I wanted to relay, I have firsthand experience that, your brain is working on things whether you know it or not, because This one time back as an undergrad, I was working on a real complicated. It was short. It was a complicated recursion in Prolog, which is a positional language used a lot in artificial intelligence.
A recursion? What's a recursion?
And recursion means that it's a self-referenced algorithm, so that it takes a piece and up. It's a little bit like fractal. It breaks it down into smaller pieces and breaks it down into smaller pieces and up, and does the same thing to every one of them. So it calls itself over and over again on the same piece of information.
10, print Andrea. 20, go to 10.
Well, that's a loop. That's a little different. But and then when it gets to the bottom, there's no more ways to break it down. They all kind of like a domino effect collapse back up the chain, and you get your answer. So it's a self-calling algorithm is basically what it is. So anyway, they're really sort of tricky to work out, because they take a very short amount of code, but because they're self-referential, so you only have to write one piece of code. As long as you do it right, it will then take all the data and process it all. Anyway, that's not the important part. This was a Prolog thing, and probably could do it about 8 or 10 lines, but to get everything exactly right so the recursion worked properly it's really tricky, and couldn't get it, wasn't working. I was getting all frustrated, and this was in the void, by the way. And finally, I was like, the hell with this, and I just said, I'm tired. I'm going to go to sleep. So I just leaned over on the couch where I was sitting, and I closed my eyes and I started to nap. And then suddenly I sat bolt upright, just drawn straight out of sleep, and knew exactly how to do it. It was crazy. And I just wrote all 6 lines, worked perfectly. It was like,
wow.
I didn't even know. That wasn't the plan. It was just. It's like I opened my eyes, like, oh, right, that's how you do it. Bling. And it wasn't. I was asleep when this happened. So
wow,
that's just firsthand experience. It shows you that the brain is working. When you're not paying attention sometimes. So
yeah, it makes me go back and like every little piece of philosophy I've read since reading about this implicit. The whole 90% of your brain we don't use thing is bullshit. 90% of our brain is doing all kinds of stuff that we're just not aware of. And as soon as I read about
that is a misunderstood original quote. They say,
what was the original quote?
That there was an original quote, but what it meant was all of the brain is active at some point or other. We don't know what 90% of the brain is actually doing.
Right.
That's what they originally said. Somebody interpreted that as we're only using 10% of it, and the rest of it is not in use. Or
crazy.
That's not what it meant. No, it was meant that we don't understand 90% of what it's doing, but all of it's active at some point or another. So
yeah, and it makes me realize that so much of the stupid shit we've thought is going on has to do with believing that we have to, I don't know if I can say this. We have to be able to chatter something to ourselves to believe that it's real. It's like when you're talking about playing the video games, like I had a similar kind of switch, I guess, when I was learning to play guitar and was learning a million years ago, and you get to a certain point where you're really good at it, is when you're thinking about every single pluck of the string and everything. And then I realized, like, if you ditch perfection, right, and you stop thinking about every explicit thing, suddenly you can do it. So there's this, like, you know what I mean? There's this switch in your head that allows, I think it's correlated somehow. It's related to the thinking that we don't know we're doing.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah. Well, there is such a thing as overthinking, and if you think about every single step of the process, that slows you down. But you still have to build up the neural pathways and the muscle memory in order to be able to let your brain take over in the background. If you don't have that, it's not going to sound great. So you sort of have to go through at least some of that. But after that point, you got to be able to let it go and then let your brain run itself in those circumstances. That's a hard thing to do. I don't know how many. When you're speaking of that, another thing I wanted to point out was is that I was looking at an interview with Mark Knopfler.
That's
And he
the
said
Dire
to
Straits
this
guy.
day, yeah, to this day, he says that the best thing you can do if you're learning to play guitar and learning to uh, free solo is to um, figure out how to let your left hand relax.
Huh.
Right? Because when you're trying to force it, you're trying to, in a performing situation, and it's a high stress, whatever, you start to tense up, and that just ruins the fluidness of everything. And even after now, 40 years of him playing, he still has to work on allowing his left hand to relax. And the same goes, by the way, for singers. I have this problem myself when I'm trying to sing, and I'm trying to sing a piece properly. But this comes from classical singing training. The more I think about trying to get the proper tone, right, especially when you're going up and down the scale, and the more you tighten up and your jaw tightens up, and to the point where you get aches in your jaw and this kind of thing. And it's very difficult to learn to let it relax and let it go. And then if you can do that, that's a skill that you have to develop, actually, to become loose and smooth in those kind of situations. It's like the harder you try, the harder it gets.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah. Wait, hold on. I have to say hi to Professor Brady Specs. Hi, Jeff. How are you? I'm cold, even though I was in this morning, what feels like this morning to me, but was actually 24 hours ago, really. I was in Columbia, Missouri, and then St. Louis, etc. And it was 7 degrees.
In St. Louis?
It was 7 degrees in Columbia. It was about 10 by the time I got to St. Louis. And which, for anybody who is watching who cares about Celsius, that's -12. And I had to look it up because no one's going to believe me down here in Costa Rica.
-12, all right.
-12 degrees, yes. In fact, the plane, it started. The first plane I was on today, the starter wouldn't turn over. And I mean, it's not like the jet engine starter. It's just the little stupid thing that taxis you around on the runway, right? It's like a lawnmower engine. But still, it was so cold, they couldn't get it to start. And it turns out the only reason they needed it to start was to drive the plane over to the de-icing patch. So they had to get somebody to tow the plane to the de-icing patch to de-ice the wings so that we could take off. That was cold.
Let me see. See if there's got anybody here on INC here.
Oh yeah. Oh right. So we're streaming to 2 channels right now. How are you? You're sick, Professor Brandon? Is it COVID? Do you have anybody on INC, Will?
There's a couple of people. I'm having a hard time pulling that up. I'm not sure where.
Okay, I'll try and do. You poor thing. Will is trying to. This is my brother Will, and I'm his sister Andrea. And this is Inefficient and Counterproductive, which is both the way that we live, and it's my mantra. It's been my mantra for some time. Will and I have talked about it for years. This sort of we don't believe that everything has to be productive. That the only thing that makes you worthy as a human being is how productive you are. And the only thing that makes you good at your job is how productive you are. And that the things that they measure as products are the products that necessarily should be measured. Productivity and efficiency are a giant act in confusing the model with reality. It's taking reality and building some kind of model for how things should work so you get this output in this amount of time and widgets and blah, 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 and then attempting to put the inputs in just such a way to get the outputs this way. Human beings do not work like that. and we devalue ourselves by
Oh, here we are.
pretending to do it.
I had the
There.
private chat window open, not the comments chat. That's why I wasn't seeing anything. It's like, where are you seeing all these people?
Oh, I'm looking at the YouTube comments. I'm not even looking at the comments on StreamYard.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I only have, there's only, let's see, there's only one person on the INC channel. I don't know
That's
who it is.
probably you.
It's probably me. Yeah, exactly. Nobody there. That's all right. It's not terribly surprising.
If you go to my channel, you'll see that there are, I don't know, 5 or 6 lovely people.
Although INC does have 40-odd thousand subscribers now, so.
Yeah. Oh, so right. So if you guys, this is my advice to you. If you want to get thousands of subscribers to your YouTube channel, all you people, all you have to do is 8 years ago have taken a video of your son and your dog. There you go.
That's right. That's all I have to
Tell
do.
them the story, Will.
I just did a video. I mean, we could probably show it here somehow, but it's just a video of my son when he was a toddler, barely a toddler, going round and round with our Bichon Frise named Rivka at the time. And they were clearly they were going round and round in the circle because Rivka was carrying around a toy and Asher was trying to get it. And she would laugh. Asher was laughing his head off. And the Bichon was clearly playing keep away. And then towards the end of the video, Asher just decided to cut out the middleman, and he waited for a second and then went straight through the middle of the circle to get it. I mean, it cut him off at the pass. Anyway, it was a very cute video, and it's been up there since, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. I don't know. Let's see, it was 9. So yeah, it would have been 6-7 years ago. Well, this last December, it's been up there forever. It had maybe 100 views or something, right? And I start getting these messages this past December that, congratulations on such and such a number of views on this video and so many subscribers. And like, what's going on here? So I pull it up, and by that time, the video, starting in the beginning of December, had 3 million views. That one video. And I looked into it, and it had gotten onto some list somewhere of cute kids and animals. I still don't know exactly where. It looked like it started in India, but now it's like global. And that one video is generating income because that allowed me to then, I met all the new qualifications to monetize my channel and all that just because of that one video, because you have to have at least 1,000 subscribers and you have to a couple other things before you can monetize videos. So just in the last couple of weeks of December, I passed all those requirements and they allowed me to do it. So I turned it on. And in those 2 weeks, that one video generated a couple $1,000 in revenue. That video. And I got like 200 videos up. So since that time, it's gone down a little bit. And then the last few days, it's been spiking again.
Huh.
So, I don't know, that one video in just an ad revenue is pulling in something like $200 a day. It's just crazy on this one video. So, and I've got other ones up now that I put up, and those are generating some income as well, but it just came out of nowhere. I've had this YouTube channel for 8 years or something. I never really did much with it. It's just my YouTube channel. It wasn't any kind of branded thing. It's just where I put up videos from Brazil and whatever the heck I wanted to put up. It wasn't meant to be. I always had planned on creating a brand, some sort of brand. In fact, I have another channel I set up called The Glarf. That's also available. I'll probably start streaming to that as well as INC. But my regular one was never meant to be anything other than my personal YouTube account. So anyway, that's amazing.
It is so cool. It's such a funny story. And people are all sort of, we're always trying to figure out how to get subscribers and do things. And it just seems so, I think John DeMarco just said, the algorithm works in mysterious ways.
I don't know how it works, but it's being passed around. The link is, so it's almost beyond YouTube's purview now, because now YouTube is just acting as a distributor. It's on
Yeah.
some list somewhere,
Hey, Mountains is saying
Board
put
Panda
the
or something.
link
What?
to your YouTube in the chat, and people will subscribe to it also.
Oh yeah, there you go. So what is that
Um,
one? Let's see.
And of course, if these are people watching it on mine, I should look at yours too. Although I have to say, inefficient and counterproductive is ours, right? I don't want it to get. I don't want it to not be mine.
It's both of ours. Yeah, INC is a product of both of ours. Yes.
Yes.
So it started out as my channel, but since that's where it got nuts, I'm just going to use that as the main channel now. And the root link is here.
Yes, you got that. I made inefficient and counterproductive. That was my
Yes,
big.
that was your name. Yeah.
Yeah. So there, we both own it and stuff.
And that's the actual. I show up as INC, but because it's my YouTube channel, but it's originally my YouTube channel, but it now is ours. So, and I'll move my private stuff off somewhere else, and we'll just turn this one into.
Oh, did you? Okay, so when you put that, when you put the link in the StreamYard's chat, it showed up as me. So when we're on the same, even though we're different people on the same team, but does anybody know about this StreamYard Teams thing? Has somebody figured it out? John DeMarco, Jeff, anybody? Yitza, Mountains of Elysium, anybody? Because I don't really understand what it's doing, except that it's letting Will control my StreamYards, I think.
Pop it in the video description too. Yeah, I'll definitely do that. Let's see.
Did you see that Mountain said that they were laughing about his wife is Ecuadorian, and they were laughing about a weather report that his wife's sister sent up where it was going to go down as cold as 21 degrees Celsius.
Oh, Lord. Reminds me of that video, that movie, LA Story with Steve Martin, where he lives in LA and he's a weather report. He does report. And how did you react when the temperature dropped to a weenie shrinking 52 degrees?
Yeah.
58 degrees. Well, we just put on a coat, and dogs got a little bit chilly, so we brought them in at about 10.
Yeah.
58 degrees.
21 degrees Celsius is like 70, I think. It's like 69 or 70 degrees.
That's also another one. Some of the buildings here in LA are over 50 years old.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That actually harks back to an Eddie Izzard bit where he says, I'm from Europe where the history comes from.
Yeah.
You tear your history down. Some of these buildings here are over 50 years old. No, surely not. No one was alive then.
Yeah.
Well, when we were in England, staying in Sidlesham there.
Yeah, there's like a church from like 1300.
That church, yeah, the local church where we had the memorial service for Grandma Seabrook when she passed away when we were there. Remember that? I
was still in the United States when she died.
Oh, so it must have been very early.
It was it was like 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh, okay. Well, we had a memorial service there because Dad couldn't fly back. Just that, and so we had a memorial service in that church, and they were like, "Oh yeah, this church is 800 years old."
Yeah, yeah.
And it's just casual. Yeah, the local church 800 years old, and the Market Cross in Chichester is like something like 400 years old, 500 years old.
Yeah. And conversely, when I'm out in like California or Nevada, something like that, and Mom, the house we grew up in is 100 years old now. My house in Washington has a kitchen, the original kitchen from 1952, and that could be historic by some standards.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I believe in inefficiency and counterproductivity. God damn it.
Me too. Although it should be prefaced to say that it's really the current common definition that is being used for them that's the problem. I mean, there's all kinds of good things to say about um, being elegant and and doing things in a
Okay, I don't think elegance and efficiency are the same thing.
no, but I'm trying to not use those terms. It's tough because we're talking about the way they are used, like in the business world. And it's not saying to go out and intentionally shoot yourself in the foot for some reason, uh, when you're trying to do something. It was, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly how to voice what I'm saying.
Um,
There's no call to go out and be intentionally inefficient and counterproductive.
oh, I see.
It's more like they shouldn't be the end all definitions of that we strive to
So we're not really talking about counterproductivity. We're talking about a productivity.
yeah, I think that's more, yeah, right. I mean, that's the idea. I think that the title is still correct because it's a little bit more glib.
Yeah.
A productivity and efficient. No.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's funny because I talk about this when I talk, especially to like some of my more left of center friends who think that anything to do with business or money is immoral. And I try and explain to them it's like it's not, business is not immoral. It's just amoral. It's just, I mean,
Yeah.
business it's
Business
not
itself
moral. It's not like I also don't believe in the sort of Ayn Rand, like anything that is business is good is necessarily moral
get me
either.
started about her.
Yeah, it just has
Irritated
nothing to
as hell.
do, like
Yeah.
its ends or have nothing to do with morality,
Yeah, there's no, on the face of it. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's agnostic. It doesn't matter. It's how it's used that's the
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah.
How business is used and structured and conducted.
Yes.
In and of itself, doesn't have any intrinsic morality
Right.
features. There's no intrinsic value, no intrinsic property of it. So.
Right. Humans bring moral value and ethical questions, and nothing else does.
Now, of course, I will say that the same argument is made for guns.
I think that's true.
Yeah, that's
I think that's true.
guns are not inherently evil items, but they are used for evil at some points. But that's the argument anyway. I don't know how I feel about that. But I just know that that's the argument that's used.
Yeah.
Guns don't kill people. People kill people. On the other hand, as Eddie Izzard says, I think the gun helps. That's what he says.
Yeah. It's a good question. It's a good question because in general, I would say, that, machines that kill humans are necessarily human things.
Go
ahead. What?
I think a lot of it just hinges on the fact that it just makes it so easy and quickly to kill people. I mean, with only a moment's impulse. That's part of the problem, I think, rather than.
Yeah, we're not very good at thinking before we do things. So yeah, anything that slows things down. But at the same time, well, I don't know. I don't want to talk about guns.
Yeah.
Jeff was just saying that my webcam freezes every so often. I wonder why. I don't know why. Because I'm in Central America.
Yeah, I noticed it was doing that, but it always comes back after a second or two. So, I figured it would just.
I'm going to close as many instances of Chrome. Sorry about that. I'm going to turn off my video for a minute while I do that. Are you still there?
I'm still here.
Okay. Can you see me?
You're frozen.
Okay. Well, anyway. Whoa. If I go away, I'll be back.
Okay.
My computer is, I think, hanging. No, you have to vamp now and talk. So what you do is
your audio is
Good.
still coming through, but garbled, and your video is frozen. So it's probably a good stopping point anyway. We've been doing it for 47 minutes now. 47 minutes now.
no, it's not a good stopping point.
Okay.
Not yet, anyway. Parrot says, "Good night, all. Good night, Parrot Head." Okay. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, but it's breaking up a lot.
Okay, just hang on. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, Will.
Okay. I'll take my blood pressure in the meantime, just for the heck of it. I don't really need to, but I figured, why not? I'm sitting here and it's sitting here. Might as well check it, see what it's doing. Let's see what we got here. What shall it say? Will it be good or bad? Only time will tell. I'm guessing not great, but let's see what it says. The battery died. Okay, so it was so bad that the battery gave up. So I don't know. I don't have an answer then. Too bad.
Where's my... Oh, okay,
Are you still on? Oh, okay.
I'm trying. Hold on a second. Back on here. I know.
Something earlier I was going to say about okay, not inefficient and counterproductive. Don't remember what it was. It had to do with the brain working while you were asleep. Way back then, back at the beginning. So I already talked about that prologue issue. That was kind of interesting. What was the other part? Oh, Great Land of Goshen. I noticed that my students do well. I'm a professor, so I teach a lot on Zoom, and I noticed that a lot of my students do better on the exams when I don't adhere to some artificial, because we have these syllabi that we're supposed to give out, and these syllabi have all these doom and gloom clauses that say, and if you have to turn your assignment in by 11:59 Sunday night, and if you're a minute late, it was not accepted, and all sort of thing. And I think part of the impetus behind that is to try to teach these younger college students, about the real world, quote unquote, which I think is baloney. I'm more interested in learning the material, and different students learn at different rates, and they learn in different ways, and some of them need a little more help than the others. Some of them need a little more time than the others, and I'm fine with that. I don't advertise that. I don't want students to just take advantage and be like, just turn it in, whatever, he'll take it. But I usually, I let it show up as late, but I don't usually mark off for that, because I think that's counterproductive to quality learning. So it's one thing I was going to mention earlier that I suppose Henry did not see or hear, because he's still apparently offline. So if anybody is still here, I still see 4 people here. That's what I was going to mention earlier about inefficiency and counterproductive. So that's a way of being, I guess, counterproductive, because you're not adhering to the time schedule that's set out, unquestioningly and blindly following an artificial schedule. But at the same time, it ends up being more valuable because the students learn better. It comes down to that. So that's one thing I was going to point out. And if Andrea comes back, then I will point that out to her as well, or she can go back and watch the video herself. So, but, so I don't know what's going on with her. Is she back?
Hello?
Ah, there you are.
Hi,
Sounds-
sorry.
Sounds better too.
Oh, good. My computer was just, I couldn't even get it to like, stop. I eventually just shut the computer, shut the laptop.
Yeah, it's something running away.
It had too many, instances of Chrome, and it was being stupid, and it's a Mac, and I don't want to hear about it, everybody.
Well, I brought up a point that I was going to make earlier.
Yes.
That my students, we have. I'll tell the story again, even though everybody's already heard this. But the syllabi that we're supposed to use, we're supposed to use these standardized syllabi, which I also think is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But they all say things like they have all these terrible warnings in them, and the assignments are due at 11:59 Sunday night of that week, and if you're a minute late, you'll not be accepted. All this stuff. I don't follow that. I mean, I let it show up as late, but because I find that students learn at different rates and at different ways, and they learn it better if they're not forced down to the minute. Now, I tell my students I do believe in timeliness, because later material builds on early material. You don't want to get too far behind, or else that's going to be counterproductive, right, to your learning process. But having an arbitrary and blindly followed schedule is also counterproductive.
Absolutely.
So I don't advertise it, like I said, because if I say, well, it's okay if you turn it in after the deadline, if I say that blanket, then there'll be lots of students that that's right, exactly.
Yeah.
There'll be lots of students that'll be like, he'll take it, I'll turn it in whenever. And I don't want that to be the case. I want them to work on it, learn it. I just don't think that forcing them to be down to the minute of some arbitrary deadline is useful. So anyway.
Yeah, well, I mean, sorry about the noise there. I mean, hi. Oh, that's my thumb. So I'm now using my phone. Hi. I think actually, I think we have to completely rethink school. You and I were talking about this recently, and I think it is just batshit that we continue to teach what we teach the way we teach it.
Well, it doesn't make any sense, because
it doesn't make any sense at all.
Textbooks, okay, all right, some textbooks, but up until the past 15, 20 years, we didn't have the entire volume of human knowledge available in everyone's pocket.
In our pocket, exactly.
You had to, it was almost like an oral history. You had to hand it down through the books and the textbooks.
Yes.
You don't have that restriction anymore. So the entire mode of teaching needs to be restructured and re-examined to take advantage of the fact that everybody's got access to all information all the time.
Well, and here's what I noticed with my students, who are all also in college, but they're journalism students, a bunch of uppity shits who I love. Hey, by the way, what are the hard shut? Oh, I can just hit the power key, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what Control Alt Delete is on a Mac.
It's Control Open Apple, Control Command. It's the same thing kind of thing, but it's Control Command Delete.
Okay. Anyway, these students not only have there has been no generation in humanity, no group of people in the history of our species who has had immediate access to, if not, most of human knowledge, then a huge amount of human knowledge. B, completely have access to each other. Like, young people have complete access to each other at all times, and none of it, not the information and not the connection, is mediated by adults.
Mm-hmm.
We are fucked.
As much as they try,
when people in the 60s, like when the baby boomers fought against, old people, and they're still in charge of everything, right? The baby boomers, they worked against the older generation. The young people now, they just think we're nice. They pat us on the head because we're irrelevant.
That's true, because in the 60s, the old heads still actually had a stranglehold on most of the major communication pathways.
They had it until
they could turn the phone off. They could do all that. Yeah. Now, there's no way. If two kids want to be able to communicate, they'll find a way to do it. That is a bazillion different ways to do it now. That it's not under anybody's control. So,
Fifi had a friend whose parents didn't. Who was 15 or 14. Her parents didn't let her have a phone. She went out and bought one. I mean, they're not expensive.
There you go. No, you can get a burner phone for $10.
Right.
I mean, it won't do much, but you can at least send text on it.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, people are saying things. What are they saying, Will?
Let's see. Modern educational systems. Let's see. It probably should be occasions that turn in a bit late. It means a better product paper. But sometimes deadlines need to be that. I have hard deadlines in my job. Well, that's true. No, I definitely agree with that. There are times when deadlines are useful and necessary. Arbitrary ones for a learning situation where there are no actually tangible results that no customers waiting on it. There's no life and death situation. No particular need other than their own grade. Then it doesn't matter as much, But yeah, I'm not against all deadlines. I'm against arbitrary deadlines for learning assignments for students who are the deadline only exists for their own benefit. That's all that matters to. So, but I agree with you, and exactly right as well. Modern educational systems were designed to, as they are right now, were designed to create workers. From the Industrial Revolution. So it's still set up that way. It was designed in such a way that you get through high school and that you should be ready for a 30-year career with a company at that point, and that's it. And still, that's way oversimplifying it, but that is the general gist of the way it is now. And it takes a long time to change too. I think, oddly enough, the pandemic had some sort of fueled the forces of change in that matter. Because everybody was forced to be online learning for a while, and that has led to a whole bunch of rippling effect ramifications across the our entire culture. So I'm interested to see where that's going to end up. I mean, I can't tell. I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not an expert in educational paradigms, but I can see changes already. I mean, my own son spent a year, his third grade year, at home, and he was basically unschooled. I mean, he was allowed to, didn't conform to specific assignments sent from the school or anything like that. And he knows more now than I ever did when I was in fourth grade. And they're back at school now, and he's well past the educational level I was when I was in fourth grade. So, and he didn't have a third grade, really, not per se, not in the traditional sense. So he pursued all kinds of his own interests and some really surprising ones too, like history. He was reading things about the Napoleonic Wars and plate tectonics and all this stuff just because he heard about them, on some video somewhere and was looking them up. I mean, that's a great way to do unguided education. But that's the kind of thing that the pandemic caused, and I think that probably happened in a lot of cases. And who knows where those ripples are going to end, or what kind of long-term changes they're going to foment. You still there, Andrea? I can't hear you. No audio.
Hi.
There you are. I was just saying that I think that it was agreeing that the current educational system is sort of a product of the industrial era and
Yeah.
developing. You get through high school, then you're ready to work, in a manufacturing company for 40 years, and then retire, that kind of thing.
I know. These aren't the jobs that we need people to be prepared for either.
No.
And I mean, even if you pick any subject, like let's take math, for example, the things that we teach people in math are bad. I mean, they're totally insane. There's no, I mean, like Euclidean geometry is cool, right? You can do cool things. You can figure out where you are on the planet from the stars on the horizon, right? But
how to play pool really well.
Yeah, but you know what? If you're going to choose, certain kinds of math to teach all children, right? It seems like what we need is statistics. Like kids need to figure out a way to hash through and parse the information that's being thrown at them constantly every day in, advertisements and,
a grounding in intuitive sense of statistical analysis, not from a mathematical standpoint, but as a way of thinking about things, would be incredibly valuable, because then they can take a piece of information and say, well, what's the likelihood of this actually being true?
Probabilities. Exactly. And do they really need, what is, like, I know that this gets people angry. What is geometry really good for in modern cultures? Like surveying, playing pool.
Well, astrophysics, but
like
higher order, academics.
That everybody needs to know. Like,
that everybody needs to know? Yeah. That's a good question. Although
algorithm, I mean, they need to do more geometry. I mean, more algebra, basically.
I didn't agree with that, but the same types of math apply to both, though. They apply to them in different ways. Like a lot of the transitive, a lot of the properties, integral opposite angles, all this sort of thing, have analogs in straight mathematics, mathematics as well. So it could be argued that it's a reinforcement of the knowledge, or a Gestalt thing about understanding the properties involved, because you see the same properties over and over again in every branch of mathematics, right?
Mountains, what do you do? He says he couldn't do his job without geometry. Okay.
You also got to remember that geometry and algebra and everything don't have any content. They're a way of approximating actual events and describing them. That's all they are. There's no inherent value and content in mathematics at all. It's a language to describe things.
Yeah, right. But we do a terrible job of teaching people like the number theory, like why you would even want to speak this language of math.
Yeah, that's true.
We teach people tricks for getting answers.
Learn by rote. Yeah.
But here's a thought experiment for everybody, all three of us or whatever. If you could sit down and decide what mathematics to teach every single person in America by the time they're 18, what of all the math would you choose? Is like what the thought experiment does for me is say, oh, right, we chose these things because we wanted people to be able to do certain things, right?
Yeah.
That's not the game anymore, right? Education is about teaching people to learn in the first place and be critical and, you're putting your butt on the screen.
Right back. I was just looking for something.
Okay, John's okay. Mountain says he's a cartographer. Well, okay, yeah, a cartographer needs geometry. Like I said, surveying, styling, and look of maps. They don't really need geometry anymore. I have a friend who was a cartographer at National Geographic, actually, and he said it was lots of fun to play with the styling of the maps, which is I don't mean to discount it by saying styling. That's important. DeMarco says, well, I'd say algebra, but that might be because I teach algebra. I taught algebra. I taught trig a couple years ago, just because so they needed a trig teacher at this school, this English language school. So I taught trig, and it reminded me how useful that can actually be. But it's almost anymore like a Bear Grylls. Is that how you say his name?
Grills.
Grills. It's useful like that. I mean, nobody is making the case that I should know how my car works in order to be able to drive it, or my computer. So why should I have to know, basic, geometry to be able to make a flat line on a wall? I don't know.
What's funny is that, for generations, students have been saying, when am I going to ever actually need this that we're teaching, right? And I was always tossed off as the student being ignorant, But you know what? They might have a point.
I think they have a point. Yeah. It's not about the content anymore.
Yeah.
Because the content's all there. Nobody is going to have trouble finding that content.
That's what I tell all my Linux students, too. I said, I don't need you to memorize every single switch on every single command and repeat it back from memory on the exam. What I'm more interested in is you being able to identify what kind of process you need and know where to get the information on how to do it. That's what I concentrate on.
That's how you show that you understand what's going on.
That's right. You still need to know what you need.
Right.
But you don't need to carry the specifics around in your head all the time. If you do it enough, they're going to get stuck in there anyway. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to try to memorize all of this stuff that you might need someday. You just need to know where to find it when you need it. But you need to be able to identify what it is you need. See, that's the important part. So.
And I don't care about the argument that, there might be some EM pulse that takes everything down, because we just can't operate that way anymore. This all of that knowledge is right there, and it's going to be at your fingertips no matter what job you're doing. So what do you actually need to know? You need to understand what's going on in a function, in an algorithm, not find the perfect answer to it, which means that all of our math has to retool from getting the right answer to understanding what's going on. I understand that getting the right answer is supposed to prove that you know what's going on, but it doesn't work that way.
No.
That's why I feel like statistics, Bayesian probabilities, like all that shit is a much better measure of, it's a much better sort of process for people's heads to have to go through than just straight up equations.
And problem solving is a good way to put it. Problem solving. That's what you just said in the chat, you see?
Yes, problem solving.
That's a good way to put it. That's basically what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
But also you don't have to memorize every single answer for that problem. You just need to say, oh, I see, I need this kind of answer here. I'm going to go look that up, and get the right result and apply it to the problem. There you go. So what was it saying? Yes, that's a good way to put it.
And then anybody, it's like, but I have trouble with the whole idea of teaching, prescribing certain content be taught in the first place. Like, I think after about, you need to teach people how to read and write letters and communicate with one another through those, and numbers and math and those things. But after that, I think almost what are we looking at, Will?
I'll just show you the motor I made.
I think almost everything we do needs to be, we should be teaching kids from about third grade to synthesize and create new ideas out of the things that are already findable. And they should be learning about primary sources and secondary sources, and critiquing media and statistics. I mean, I just don't think it's useful anymore to have a unit on Canada. You know what I mean?
I still think it's that T-shirt is funny. Canada, America's hat. I know it's rude, but I think it's funny. I don't know. I was just playing with this. This is a motor. See that? Have you seen these?
It looks like a wire.
It's a battery with some magnets stuck on one end.
Uh-huh. The little rare earth things.
Yeah, they're rare earth magnets. They're stuck on there. You just stick this in here like that. And if I could do this with one hand. Ugh. It's slippery tabletop too. So it sits there like that. And then this goes over top like that. And then boom, away you go.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, world's simplest motor. One wire, magnet, and a battery. So anyway.
Can you explain to me why that works?
Yeah, actually I can. But the when you have a charge that's moving through a field, right? Let me change back the camera here.
Hi, Thomas Potts. Hello.
This is my other camera.
Thomas Potts didn't say hi to
Switch
me.
back.
He said hi to Jeff and John, but not me. 3 plus 3 equals 33. Perfect.
Okay. So if you have a wire and there's a charge moving along it, it conforms to what's called the right-hand rule. So if a charge is moving in the direction of my thumb, it sets up a magnetic field, because that's what moving charges do, part of E&M, in waves that are shaped like my fingers. So if you have moving along a wire in one direction, it creates magnetic fields that's circular, like concentric around the wire. Right? So what's happening here is that you have this thing, right, is actually a circuit.
Just copper, yeah?
Yeah, just copper wire. This thing creates a circuit from one side of the battery to the other.
Uh-huh.
So there's a moving charge going through this wire.
But the circuit on the other side is just from the magnets passing through the.
Well, the magnets are actually serving two functions. They are serving to counteract the field that's being set up by the moving charge in the wire. Is pushing on the field that's coming from the magnets. But the magnets are also serving as the closing circuit of the electric.
Okay, that's what confused me, yeah.
Yeah, it's serving two purposes, both to close the circuit and also to push against the magnetic field that's being generated in the wire because of the moving charge.
How can it close the circuit if it's not touching?
It is touching.
Oh, show it closer.
You can't see it. They touch around the bottom, and the faster it spins, the more it touches. So these are like motor brushes, if you know.
Oh, okay.
So it does have to touch. If you suspend it exactly so they're not touching the magnets, it doesn't start turning. The circuit has to be, the current has to be flowing for it to work.
So the field gets bumpy.
What now?
The field gets bumpy.
Field gets which field?
You were saying that when a charged particle moves through the, it makes the magnetic fields kind of line up in that bumpy, stacked tires way. Are you there? You look dead. There you are.
Me? No, I was looking at my motor. I was trying to. Sorry.
What did you say about the electron moving? The theory of going right.
That just is a way of understanding that how a moving charge on a wire, the type of the direction of the magnetic force lines.
And the magnetic force lines is what you meant about getting bumpy like your fingers.
Yeah, it's when it's called the right-hand rule. So if the charge is moving this way in the direction of my thumb down a wire, the magnetic force lines are my fingers.
Okay.
Concentric around the wire, like that.
Why does that matter?
That's just the way that field is generated. So when if you had to, you could actually do the geometry involved and figure out the direction that the force lines are actually pushing. So in this case, the magnetic fields of this, they're not going to be balanced no matter how, but there's probably a more efficient way of doing it, because these have a charge that's going out the top, around, and into the bottom.
Wait, we can't see. Hold it close. You're not holding it.
These, right?
Yes.
All right, they have force lines that go out the top, around the bottom, right? So they kind of
Yes.
like form a case that turns around and goes
Like
back.
a cardioid microphone.
Yeah, it's like that exactly. Whereas this is all of these things are having charges that are not exactly in opposition to those. Right?
All of
But
what
there's
things? The charges in the wire?
the field generated by the moving charge in the wire at the bottom
Okay.
here, right? So
Okay. It's
these
messier.
are going. Oh yeah, these are going like this. The of the magnets, whereas
Mhm.
the ones around here are going like this
Wait.
around the wires.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. I need to change the view that we have. There. Now we'll be able to see you whatever you do on the. Yeah. There we go.
So the ones through the wire are kind of like in the same shape as the insulation of the wire. The charge is going through this wire,
Okay.
and the magnetic fields are set up are kind of like circles around it.
Pumpkin.
Some of those forces push against some of the field lines that are in the magnets.
Okay.
When there's a net, it's not going to perfectly counteract, but there's a net force one way or the other on the wires, depending on the angles that it's at and a couple other things.
And that's why it spins?
Yeah, because it's not perfectly balanced, so it's going to turn one way or the other. If I turn it, the magnet's around on the bottom of the magnet, it spins the other way because it's unbalanced in the other direction.
Because it's in Australia where the toilets flush the other way down the.
Sure, the global Coriolis effect is definitely has a lot of effect on my toilet.
Hardy har. So just to be clear, that's not true?
What the
Australia flushing the other way thing?
Yes, that's not true.
I didn't think so because, my God, the Earth spins really fast in one direction, and that direction doesn't change when you're down there.
No, it'll affect things like the size of hurricanes, but it doesn't have anywhere near the angular moment to be able to affect things in your toilet. So, yeah, that's one of those things that we grew up learning that was the truth and found out later that we're not.
You remember when, did you believe like I did that, because Mom told me that you could, maybe you told me, I don't remember, that you could, on the equinox or the solstice, I don't remember which one, you could stand an egg on its end, right?
Yeah, that came from Mom originally. I don't know where she got it, but that's another one of those things.
Yeah, I believed that shit. I remember going out to the backyard. Mom took me out with an egg to the back fence by the driveway to try and balance an egg on the equinox on a fence post.
Yeah. Right.
I should have known it was complete BS. Well, this is inefficient.
Yes, it is. But very counterproductive.
Well, here's a problem though. We are making a product.
That's true. I suppose so.
But it's not a very good one, so counterproductive.
There we go. Hey, perfect. We gotta make up a bunch of T-shirts that only have one sleeve.
We just sew the neck closed.
Yeah, sew the neck shut. Yeah, exactly. Or sew the bottom shut. So you get the neck and the sleeves open, but the bottom is shut. That would be good. I like that. We're gonna have to do that.
Awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think this was a very good episode. I think, I don't know, should we in future, as they say in England, in future, should we have more of a theme? And
Probably. This was more of a proof of concept for the live stream than it was a formal.
Well, here's the thing though. The easiest way to produce a show that essentially is going to be people talking to each other is to do this, whether you stream it live or not, and then cut it down.
Oh yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
And most of the like YouTubers out there do these live things, and then they make a VOD, video,
Sure.
version of it. Brainy says, it's a good thing that Bird wasn't here. We would have had Osseo pray with us. That's true. Where is Bird? Osseo Pray is Bird's alter ego that's speaks in this unbelievably mangled Australian accent.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you meet Bird?
What?
Hold on, I gotta refresh my Coca-Cola. Somebody tell Bird we're talking about him, and maybe he'll come on. I mean, I know it's the middle of the night somewhere. What on the East Coast it's 3:15.
Yeah, you're right. Holy moly, I didn't know it was that late. We've been
Yeah.
talking for almost an hour and a half. How about that? When you get going, it really gets going sometimes.
Will, I dropped my switch in my hot tub.
Oh no.
I'm hoping it'll dry out. Apparently,
Well-
that's worked for a lot of people.
Well, there's a good chance. Mine was drenched in lemonade, and a lot of the acid ate out the insides, and it still worked.
Really?
Yeah, the screen, I mean, the little screen doesn't work, but it's worked for me to spend, most of the last 2 years playing Animal Crossing, as a console. So those things are pretty rugged. And if it's just water in there, I think
Just
there's a
water.
good chance. The problem mine was that it stayed with lemonade inside the case for like weeks. So I finally got around to cleaning it out, and tons of the stuff in there was just corroded and acid burned and everything. And I took it all apart and cleaned it out, and it started up. Like I said, the screen doesn't work anymore, but it works as a console just fine. So chances are, since it's not acidic, unless you had acid in your tub, I think there's a decent chance you'll get it going again.
Well, if it doesn't start just by itself, I mean, I'm not going to open this thing up because I don't trust myself with tiny things like that, tiny screws and things. But there are a couple guys here in town who have cell phone businesses where they change screens and clean things out. Should I take it to one of them to dry off? Will, you're looking at your motor so much, all we can see is the top of your head.
Okay. Yeah, take it to them. They can probably do it. That rice thing doesn't really work, but if you have any of those little packets of the silica, desiccant
gel.
you find in
Do not eat.
Pixel,
Do not eat.
Huh?
Do not eat.
Yeah.
Do not eat.
That's much better for that. You just need a couple of those. You find them in pill bottles and chicharrones things and everything else they want to stay crispy. And throw that in a bag with it. That'll help. I don't know what their experience is with these actual kind of things. I mean, but they're not all that different from taking cell phones apart, so they probably can do something.
Oh, these guys are magical.
Oh, then yes, I would take it to them.
They live in the third world and spend all their time fixing first world cell phones. They know how to do everything without any of the shortcuts.
Not only that, but if you didn't try to power it on when it was wet, as long as you dry it out before you try powering on, it'd probably be fine. Because really the problem is when you get it wet and then try to power it on, and things short out and burn out and do all kinds of stuff.
Wouldn't it be great if I hadn't done that?
What happened? You powered it on, it didn't work?
No, I didn't try and power it on right away. But I did try and power it on like a day and a half later.
Did it come on a bit and then die?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, you're probably okay then. So.
I don't know, but I am intentionally, Yitzi Lemons, I'm intentionally ignoring your comments. I don't know what I'm going to do. I almost bought another Switch when I was up in the States in the last couple of days because I know that if I can get this one working, I'll be able to sell it for probably more than it costs new in the States because they're hard to get down here.
Yeah. Well,
but
still pretty hard to get around here too.
Yeah, but they were hard to get there. Yeah, I couldn't find it.
Yeah, they're not available anywhere at the moment. And if you do get a new one, you want to get the new one with the nice OLED screen. As long as you have to get a new one, might as well get the one with the better
What?
screen and the faster
I
processor.
do not know what that means. I saw that they exist. I was like, what is that? What? I don't understand. It's just a better
It's
screen.
an upgraded screen, yeah, and I think it's a little bit faster. But the common the common
What does that
wisdom
mean,
appears to be
faster? When
that,
you're talking about a screen, what do you mean by faster?
well, if it's faster, it means that the graphics are going to be a little bit smoother, and you probably won't notice the difference actually. And they say that if you already own one that's perfectly functional, there's no reason to spend all the money to buy a whole new one. But if you have to buy a new one, and if you can afford the extra $50, you might as well get the one with the nicer screen, because it's a clearer, sharper screen is mostly the upgrade there. So other than that, it's the same. So
I just don't care. I really don't care
yeah,
about.
in your case, if you're using it as a console, it doesn't make any difference. And if you really don't care about slightly sharper screen, then there's no reason to get the OLED version. And also, it's
You're
impossible
using
to
yours
get
as a
rid of.
console, right? Is that the thing I
Yeah.
should try? If it doesn't start again, should I think, well, maybe it's just the screen that isn't working and hook it up
It
to
is
my
possible,
projector?
because mine, I didn't realize that for a while until I was messing around with it, trying to get it to work. And then I realized that the touch screen still works. So I was getting sounds coming from the
Oh,
console, and realized it's on, but the screen's dark. So I plugged it in the console, and there it was. It came up fine on the big TV. So,
have I shown you my cute little projector?
oh, you got one of those. No, you haven't shown me that. That's great.
What do
Yeah,
you mean, one of those?
I've seen pictures of it, because I got a projector here too, and I saw those models.
This is, I think I told you about this, right? That it has absolutely no brand marking at all whatsoever. None.
Yeah.
The only thing it says is LED Smart Projector HD. That's all it. And the box, it came in a blank cardboard box.
Projector.
Yeah, yeah. But there's all kinds of weird copyright shit that down here. I think I must have sent you at least a dozen pictures of toys, right? Have I
Yeah.
sent you toy pictures? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Like my happy horsey instead of My Little Pony. And
Ah, yes.
yeah, the fake Legos here are Kogo, Cogo.
Yeah, and you go out and buy some Smurds.
Smurfs?
Smurfs.
Smurfs, yeah. You are
Smurds.
old. We're old.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Carlo Albanese, hello. I like Carlo. Hi, I haven't talked to you in ages. I haven't been on the YouTubes for ages, guys. I just couldn't do it. First of all, I got really I don't need to do this here. Nobody cares anyway that I haven't been on the YouTubes, but I do miss some people. It's hard to dabble in the YouTubes.
Yeah, it's a commitment. You either do it or you don't. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you're always there or you're just never there. I think actually Yitza does a pretty good job. Oh, and John's saying we do care, by the way. Thanks, guys. Yeah. I'm significantly busier than I was then, and I don't know how to do it. But I miss you guys. Hey, what time? I heard that there have been some change. Well, I'm just bear with me. Since you're doing your motor thing, I'm going to talk to my people. Okay.
Okay. I'm going to get off because it's 3:30 in the morning here, and I need to get some sleep. So.
Well, why? What time do you teach tomorrow?
I don't.
Oh, so you're just making my point.
But I got my son here, and I can't sleep all day. So
sorry. Yes, I don't mean to be a jerk. I teach at 10, which is in 8 hours. 7.5.
Nope, I don't have any classes tomorrow, but I do need to wind it down here for me.
Be a human. Yes. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna. But this is. Can we end this stream on INC and keep?
Yeah. So I can do that. I can just turn it off up here. So let's say that we'll give it a good night to everybody in INC, and my sister will continue to mumble and blather on her own channel.
Say nothing important.
Bunk and Pablum and Hokum, yes. But that'll be it for the INC portion of this evening. So thank you for joining us. If you're in here from INC, although I don't think anybody is, no, just me. But if you, but it'll be on the INC channel.
Oh,
So
right.
anybody actually watching, we're gonna have to edit it, I think. But
I don't know. Every single thing I say is interesting.
everybody's entitled to my opinion. That's what I like to say.
I'm staying here. I don't know what. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn off that portion of it.
Okay. Let's see what happens. I'll see if people can still see me. Carlo Albanese, you didn't forget that you like to do the NPR thing. That's interesting. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. We're trying to see if we can stop streaming on one channel and stay on another. Is it working?
Apparently, I can do that. You can remove it, you delete it from the stream, and you can choose to delete the actual post or not on YouTube. Which I would choose not to delete.
Don't delete it.
No, of course not. But
Make
I'm going
it.
to remove it from the broadcast. Is what I'm doing. So.
Okay, this will be interesting.
Okay.
Oh, it went away. Look at that.
All right.
Words are important. How come mountains, something you said at 2:22 a.m. Shows up in the StreamYard, but not the YouTube chat. Is anybody else streaming right now? This is the thing that made it hard for me. That made the YouTube clan hard at some point, was that I started to feel like I couldn't go on because other people might be on and I might be stepping on some toes or making some people angry, and I didn't want to make anybody angry or upset, and
Yeah, it's normal. I got the whole thing here. So, are you still hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just checked it. The whole post is there. It kept the whole stream up until the point that I removed it. It's all there. So this is great. This works. So
Excellent.
you can have at it with your peeps from now on. I might need some help editing that video.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna chaff afterwards, but
don't worry.
Anyway, thanks everybody for all of you paying attention to us rambling. We tend to ramble like this a lot, so it's hard to put it on video. So we'll see.
But you know what though? My reporting will be better for having kind of solidified how small, simple motors work, for example. Sure. You know what I mean? Or thought more about anything that comes up. It's like part of the whole philosophy of inefficient and counterproductive.
I didn't actually know how those worked. I just saw a video of someone do it, and I made one myself and thought about it just because I remember enough from physics to understand how the moving charges and electric fields work and magnetic fields that are generated. And it's like, oh, that must be it. And I looked it up and I was right. So
yeah.
So it just goes to it helps. Having some assimilated knowledge does help you figure out things later.
Yeah, and you wouldn't believe how much that reporters say to millions of people that they do not know. And I'm not talking about big things like this sort of why people hate journalists. I'm talking about small things like, yes, motors work because of, because they turn or something.
That's because they're magic.
Yeah.
So
Anyway, okay.
Now you go ahead. I'm gonna get off. Good night, everybody. I will catch you at some sort of future time. So, hasta la vista.
We'll do it again. I'm gonna
Hasta luego.
Okay, I'm gonna put up the thingy bobber, the link, so people can come on. I'm gonna put it right in the chat, my friends.
I'll catch up with you tomorrow. Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
There. Come on up, people, if you want to talk about stuff. It's I feel bad for having like not been on for a long time. Or not like been around for a long time, but it got there was it's not like there was any particular sort of drama thing, but it seemed like there like was enough that I felt I don't know, bad or something. Anybody come on. Jeff, you can come on. I don't care. Nobody cares. There are only like 3 of us anyway here now. 5 or something. I don't like this music. I can't remember where that is. And it's John DeMarco. Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
It's all right. Like I said, I feel I don't know. I feel like I have to answer for having not been around for a while. Do I?
Man, that's up to you. I'm sure you had lots of stuff going on. It's not like you owe us anything.
Yeah, but there, I turned off that music. But I feel like, I have some genuine friends here, and it's not a very friendly thing to do, to just sort of drop out. But at the same time, it just felt like everybody all at once got into the drama, and there were sides and Sturm and Drang, and I don't know. Is it still like that, John?
Well, it can be like that in some places, but other places it's nice and calm most of the time.
Yeah. Like Bird.
Yeah, Bird's pretty chill.
How does he do that?
I don't know. I guess maybe it's all the stuff that he's had to deal with. Stuff just kind of rolls off of him.
Yeah. Okay, so we just want an unbiased view of what's happening, or the reason for all of the sides. That's going back to the journalism thing at Carlo. Mountains would love to come on, but he's at work. Sorry, man. Thomas says just blame Matthew.
Well, that part hasn't changed.
Although he's not doing the thingy anymore, right?
No, he's not doing the pub anymore.
Just too much?
Yeah, he explained that it's just too much going on. He still does some other streams.
Carlos says life is the most important thing. We enjoy when you're on, but we understand when you're not. Well, that's very kind of you. Thank you. And Carlo is hailing Quiroga. He's a god dictator. Thank you all. Oh, Cinnabon, hi. Thank you all for adminning for me. I forgot about those things. Trolls or whatever they're called. Let's see. How do I? Is it add moderator now?
Yeah.
It's not admin or whatever. Okay. Okay. John DeMarco, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's going on?
You
have your own channel?
Yes, I have my own channel now. Well, I did before, but it's actually getting some traffic now.
Good. I remember all of that's right. I love a lot of your videos.
Well, thank you.
You were doing all of the ships for a while, I think, right?
Yeah, I started out with that and then branched out into other stuff.
What are you doing now?
I'm still doing some mostly Star Trek stuff, but like a lot of compilations on all the examples of a certain type of thing, like examples of warp drive. And I have a video on that got picked up by some websites recently, so I got a lot of subscribers from that.
How many subscribers do you have now?
About 460.
Woo! That's awesome.
Well, thank you. For a while, I didn't think I was going to get that many, honestly.
You didn't think you were going to get that many for a while?
For a long time, I did get a few here and there, but that was it. But we've got a big bump recently.
Cool. Are you able to? What are the rules now about monetizing or whatever?
As I understand them, you have to have at least 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours.
Gotcha. 4,000 watch hours. That's the thing about what happened to my brother. It was just so like out of nowhere. And he's got, I think, what did he say? He's got like 40,000 subscribers or something. And all of it is because of this one silly dog video.
That's crazy.
So maybe what we should all be doing, and what I should tell Captain Trek, is that you need to just put up dog videos all the time and wait for one to hit.
That might work.
Yeah. Does it make any sense what like the core of what I've been trying to say, inefficient and counterproductive?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not a very philosophical type person, but I think I got what you're trying to say.
I think there's something fundamentally like inhumane about how we're pushing humans into model, like trying to make them into models, like economic models. And in the Kahneman, what's his name? Somebody knows his name. Kahneman, Thinking Fast and Slow. The book Thinking Fast and Slow. Daniel Kahneman. Anyway, he talks a little bit about this, how we constantly seem to confuse the model with reality. Like we look at the economy and we look at people buying and selling things, and then we make a graph, right? And we look at the prices and how much is bought, and volume, and all that. And then we try and manipulate the outcome by putting in things that we've already graphed. And the problem is there are so many more interactions in reality than there are in the model. So we're constantly surprised by what happens in reality, like the 2008 crisis, or more recently, inflation hasn't happened, or because we've fixed a model and ignored reality. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
It's the thing that, and being obsessed with models is what drives us to, for example, constantly test children, rather than have a teacher sort of know whether a kid has reached a certain level and can move on to certain ideas. We have to have these, we try and quantify everything, and it misses a large part of reality because human interactions ultimately aren't quantifiable, and neither is spirit and love, and we miss these big things that affect how we do what we do, and the productivity, like how good we are at our jobs, because we're only looking at the things that we can fit into a model, a graph. And then the organization, whether it's a company or something else, slams the people to try and get them to do more, like have more outcome. And I think oftentimes getting more product out of a workforce does not happen for the reasons that the model outlines, because the model misses so much. It's like an example of this might be this whole 4-day work week thing. Or let's take a better example, because who knows how that can work. Let's take just working from home. businesses didn't allow people to work from home even when they could have for a long time because they didn't have the data. It wasn't that they knew or they thought people would be less productive. It's that they didn't know what would happen. And businesses thrive on knowledge and do not want unpredictable things to happen, right? So they were really, really against suddenly letting people work from home because it created an unpredictable future, right? So when they had to do it because it was, because of the pandemic, suddenly, good or bad, efficient or inefficient, there was data. There has been data, right, about how productive a workforce is when it works from home. So now it's much more likely that they would allow people because, I mean, even if people are less productive, it doesn't matter if they're less productive because then you just tweak the business, right? You pay them less. So, but before that, the way that they would try and get people to be more productive, some businesses would, push and overtime, and other ones would put in ping pong tables or whatever. But like it was all sort of these predictable things. Now they're finding that in certain businesses, people are much more productive when they work from home. And they couldn't have done that before because they wouldn't go to that model. So I guess my point is when you fix a model for anything, you necessarily exclude a lot of what goes into humans being good at their work.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Yeah. What are people saying? Everybody's leaving. Praise the soup, enjoy good brew, hail Kuroga. Seems the powers that be, this is Mountains of Elysium, want people to fit neatly on a spreadsheet. People are too dumb to fit on a logical graph. And the only thing dumber is expecting that graph or chart, expecting it to have value. Yeah. The farther in my career that I've gotten, the less I have. I think we're having an earthquake.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just a little one. They happen all the time here. The less value I see these models having. And I think actually when we have these spikes of creativity, like the .com era and the startups and all that, I think a lot of times they're just like shots in the dark. This could be a thing. Let's try it. And the status quo, like conventional businesses, are so locked into a narrow band of what can be for how to do business that shots in the dark, they actually hit a lot more often than you'd think. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to stop talking because now I'm starting to be embarrassed by just babbling about this. But it's kind of the stuff that I think about often.
Well, I think it's interesting.
I started a newspaper.
Yeah, how'd it go?
Good. What is Yitza? What do you think of the newspaper? Is Yitza still here? Yitza Lemons. Yitza is the designer. He made the whole newspaper look like it does. It's beautiful. I'm going to try and get him to actually come on and we can actually talk about it. Hey, if I'm going to invite somebody on to the StreamYard, can I use the link that's just up in the URL?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have to ask it for a specific URL.
No, that's it.
Okay. Good. Okay, John, what have you been doing?
Well, I'm still doing the tutoring to do a lot of algebra, a lot of reading recently as well. Like sometimes they'll have like an elementary student come on and they'll want to use a voice session to like practice their pronunciation and that kind of thing.
Oh, cool. You do all of this online?
Yes.
That's really cool. How much of the, like, how many hours a day do you do that?
Well, it's flexible depending on how busy the season is, but on a busy season, I can do several hours a day.
What's the busy season?
Well, probably the busiest time of the year is like in December because you have lots of people getting ready for final exams, or whenever there's like a big standardized test coming up. Usually, the business increases.
Yeah. It surprised me when I first moved down here that actually the school year here is from early February or late January to the middle of December. Where do most of your people come on from the U.S.?
Yes, we do U.S. and Canada, I believe.
It's very modest of you to say that you were on the toilet. I just emailed you the link. Mountain says, before you leave people on, get them to confirm who they are in chat, just to be sure they're not trolls. It happens on a few chats. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. I don't know how to deal with trolls. That's why you guys are great. Oh, before I have people, I see. Before I in the background, I see what you're saying.
Mhm.
Yes. Okay. So we don't get dick pics, right?
Right.
Essentially, live dick pics. What site are you on, John? Where can I get tutoring from Mr. DeMarco?
It's pretty easy. You can just go to tutor.com.
Oh,
It's also our organization also owns the Princeton Review. I don't know if you heard of them.
of course, yeah. The Princeton Review does reviews universities and stuff, right? I mean, besides U.S. News and World Report, they're the other one, aren't they?
Well, from my end, what I see, they tend to focus on those big standardized tests. Some people want to take the SAT or the ACT. They'll come in to go for like practice questions and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, they do in the LSAT and the GRE and that. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Do they make the tests? Are they?
I think it's a separate organization that makes the test, but I'm not sure.
But they're close to each other. I was doing some research about the Princeton Review recently. There is something. I think a lot of the people at the Princeton Review are very close to people who make the SAT or something. I don't know. Yeah, Princeton Review also ranks colleges. What? Go ahead.
I'm not sure about those kind of relationships. I just know about their test prep type stuff.
How did you start doing this?
Well, actually, I started several years ago. A friend of mine mentioned that he was working for this relatively new tutoring company that you might want to try it out. You can like work from home or whatever is convenient for you. So once I tried it out, I felt it was a good fit.
I mean, do you get screened by them? Do you apply?
Oh yeah, there's an application process. Then you have like a mock session with one of their mentors. And make sure you're good to go for like a voice session or just in general to work with customers. And then once you're approved, you go through different levels of tutoring as you get more experience.
Does that mean you get more difficult cases or you get paid more?
Well, I don't know if they're necessarily more difficult, but yes, as you progress, the pay does increase.
Do you get more if somebody requests you
Well, the rates are basically just based on what subjects you're approved to tutor in, and plus your tutoring level. I don't know if it's specifically because of somebody requests you. Although if you do give, I do get like notices occasionally saying you've had so many students have marked you down as their favorite tutor, or they only want to make appointments with you and that kind of thing.
What do they do to keep you from just, horking the students and seeing them on Zoom outside of their platform?
Well, one thing they've always emphasized is that you and the students are not allowed to share any personal information. You can't have any contact outside the official tutoring software.
Yeah, I can see several reasons why that would be important. There's Yitze.
Hello. Hey.
Hello.
Yeah, I had to get coffee.
I could have coffee too. We should finish the paper today.
You should, yeah.
Yeah.
You do know it's very dangerous to put me on.
Why? Are you going to show
'Cause
dick pics?
No, I might say things that I'm not allowed to. I don't know.
What would you say that you're not? Oh, about me or what?
Yeah. About inefficiency and other stuff.
Oh, I don't care if people know that I'm. Look, it's my company and my newspaper, so I can be just as inefficient and counterproductive as I want, right?
I know. That's why I'm here, because you're my boss, I guess.
Oh, shut up! I'm not your boss, and I don't want you to come on because of that.
I know.
Well, then say you're not here because of that, but don't say it
I'm
because I
not.
told you to say it.
I don't. Well, as well as I know that I don't really do things that I don't want
I
to
know.
do. So
Yeah. It's actually it's pathological with you, I think.
it is.
There. I'm feeling a little self-conscious about the fact that I'm the only thing anyone has to look at in this stream. So I could turn off my camera for a little while. Darth Haster is here, except it's Eldritch Lord Haster. Is that Darth Haster?
Yeah.
Like Eldritch James? Are you a spy?
No, we just changed his name.
Hmm.
So you want us to put on the camera?
Yes, I want you to put on your cameras.
Ugh.
You don't have to.
Are we going to do that, John?
Well, if so, I might need a minute.
Are you guys like chicks going to the bathroom now? You have to do it together?
Yeah. Let me check.
Someone cut off my head. Oh, there you are. How often do you use that microphone? That headset?
When I get on someone's stream.
But not when you're talking to me on like
No.
working on
For
the paper?
some reason, when we talk, there's no echo.
There's no echo or there is an echo?
There is no echo. There isn't an echo. But
When we talk, there isn't an echo.
Yeah.
Oh, but there is when you're on one of these things?
Yeah, because the speaker is too loud for some reason. I don't know.
People are saying things. They are saying, Eldritch Lord Aster says holding hands too. What does that mean?
Because we went to the toilet together.
Oh, right. Yes. I can say something dangerous for people to know about you, Yitze, that people don't know.
Okay.
Yitze does not use any shampoo.
Nope.
He does not wash his hair. Look, show us your hair, Yitze. Let's see it. Closer.
I'm not gonna come closer.
I think that's incredible.
Yeah.
There's
I-
this whole like thing in women's, health and beauty products that, like, when I was, an adolescent and then a young adult. Hey, John, look at you.
Right.
Do you wash your beard with shampoo?
Yes, I do.
See, you're washing hair for Yitza. Like, your allotment of shampoo is half Yitza's.
Does he use conditioner?
Yes, do you use conditioner?
No, I don't.
Okay, how about beard oil? I've heard of beard oil.
No, just shampoo does the trick.
Yes. Yitza, when did you stop using shampoo?
Well, it started because he didn't have money to buy it, so I think at least 20 years now.
Okay, what that would make it when you were about 20, 21 years old, 20, something like that?
Yeah, after I left my parents' house.
So you did shampoo your hair when you were an adolescent and a young adult.
Yeah, because that's the thing to do.
Did you use conditioner?
No,
You
we
did
didn't.
not.
I don't think that existed back then.
Maybe not in Belgium. We had we had conditioner, but it's all about, like, at that age, it's about whether your parents buy it, right?
Yeah.
Can you remember what kind of shampoo?
Usually Fa.
Fa?
F-A. Yeah, Fa.
Fa, a shampoo you use in your parents' house.
Yeah. It had in the 80s. It was very fun to watch the commercials for Fa
Why?
because it was boobs and all of that stuff.
Oh, boob commercials.
And we also had, I think it's called Tahiti,
Tahiti.
with it like coconut and other scents,
Ah,
tropical scents.
okay. Hold the line, caller.
Maybe Head and Shoulders as well, but I got usually dandruff from Head and Shoulders.
It gave you dandruff?
Yeah. Might be coincidental, but I remember not using it afterwards.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. Ready? Here we go.
Be careful. If it's very hard to find the nudity ones on YouTube, but
Oh, I forgot to hit the damn.
Into a world of sensations. Let the feeling of Fa wash over you, refresh you.
You're seeing this, right?
yeah,
Okay.
Immerse yourself in Fa, the gentle foam bath. For the tenderest skin of your dreams.
Shampoo commercials. Oh,
New
look,
Fa
she
soft
just has it around her waist.
and Fa fresh.
Europe
this
is so weird.
this is a tame one. There's plenty where they're like on the beach with the waves splashing.
On the beach with the waves splashing.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Fa shampoo production failure. No, I'm not going to be drawn into your clickbait.
Experience. Introducing.
Wait,
Fa,
what am I not doing
the
with the?
refreshing
Oh, I need to
European body
reshare it
wash
with the
with
hold on.
fragrances.
Right? Is that what I'm doing wrong here?
I don't know. You're not
Share.
doing anything wrong. See, Thomas Potts got dandruff from Head and Shoulders as well.
Really? Okay, this should have the audio.
Fuel the senses.
Yeah.
And moisturizers.
Are you hearing it?
Feed the body.
Yes.
Untie your dreams. Provoke your imagination. Arouse your passion.
Why don't I hear it?
Fa.
Oh, that's boring.
You're not gonna find them, so just don't bother. I have tried to search for them, so maybe I am misremembering. Maybe it's not Fa that had the boobs.
This is got to be terrible.
There is nothing sexier than a sexy girl in a shower. Except maybe for
I
an
wonder if we'll
Orthodox
get.
man
Oh, this
under
is just
a
dumb.
waterfall.
Well, here's a whole playlist called "Sexy Shampoo Commercials."
Vidal Sassoon, that's also one that we had.
Vidal Sassoon, I remember that. Pert Plus.
And the one with the... It's a hairdresser's brand.
Which one?
I can't remember the name.
Paul Mitchell.
No. I'll Google. I'll try to...
Elizabeth Arden.
No. It was
I don't
all
see.
American.
Oh, it was a Belgian thing. Here we go.
Häufiges Duschen trocknet die Haut aus.
Haufige
Das neue
Werbung.
mit Hydrobalance-System macht Schluss damit.
Oh my God! Did you see the
Duschen
boob?
verliert die Haut Feuchtigkeit.
No, I was watching on YouTube.
Fa mit Hydrobalance-System
Yeah, I wasn't
stoppt
really
den
looking, honestly.
Feuchtigkeitsverlust
Oh
und
my
verhindert
God, you
so das
guys!
Austrocknen.
Jeez, here,
Macht
look.
Schluss
I'm
damit.
going back. Watch. It's right there on YouTube. Boob.
Beim Duschen
Did you
verliert
see
die Haut
it?
Feuchtigkeit.
Yeah, we
Fa
did.
mit Hydrobalance-System stoppt den Feuchtigkeitsverlust und verhindert so das Austrocknen
Why?
ihrer Haut.
Now look. Why aren't you guys
Das
shocked?
neue Fa-Duschbad
Look,
mit
boobs,
Hydrobalance-System
boobs
schützt
on
die
YouTube.
Haut vor Austrocknung.
Yeah.
I don't care about pro surfers. Oh my God, we found something on YouTube that's not allowed to be there.
Häufiges Duschen trocknet die Haut aus.
Watch, I'll probably
Das
get
neue
flagged for it,
Fa-Duschbad mit Hydrobalance-System
even though I'm
macht
just
Schluss
playing a
damit.
different YouTube video. Look, the boob's coming. Ready? Here it comes. Boob.
Beim Duschen verliert die Haut Feuchtigkeit.
And then we'll fast forward to the
Fa-Duschbad
boobs at the
mit
end. Boobs.
Hydrobalance-System schützt die Haut vor Austrocknung.
Okay, what do we think of that, everybody?
I think it's very efficient. German
Why
efficient.
isn't anyone else impressed by this?
Because, yeah. That's
I mean-
just...
Sorry.
No, I've been raised with boobs, so...
Well, we all have. What do you expect? Hardy har. Okay, I'm interested. Okay, you are the perfect panel for this question. What do we think about the nudity rules on television between Europe and the United States? It seems like Europe's rules have always been less strict, especially in Germany, I think. I don't know about Belgium, but I know that in Germany and maybe France, it's all about the time of day that a body part is played. And breasts are very common after, 10, 11 o'clock at night. And this, we're talking about open broadcast television here. We're not talking about cable. And I'm interested to know whether, what you think of that, John, and what you think it's of the sort of United States more, I don't want to say strict, but it's a little bit more, shall we say, prudish attitude towards body parts, or you could say conservative. Yeah. Let's start with you, John.
Well, I don't have any problem saying that I'm a prude, so that I honestly would think that there shouldn't be nudity on broadcast television.
Why?
Well, for one thing, I wouldn't want someone underage coming across it accidentally.
And why shouldn't somebody underage see it? That's sort of that's getting to the crux of it, right?
Well, I suppose so. Well, so those commercials you were just showing were obviously sexual in nature, and I wouldn't want my child to see that.
Because it's sexual. So children shouldn't see things that are sexualized.
That's what I would say. Yes.
I think that's exactly what people are trying to protect children from. Is over sexualized culture in general. Yitze, what do you think?
It depends. I've been raised on this stuff. So we had those commercials. We had the Italian channel Rai Uno, who is still very bikini ladies everywhere and every single thing. So for me, it's a normal thing. And of course, it becomes sexual at the moment when you realize that it is sexual. But before that stuff, before you know it, as a child, it's just boobs, or it's just something that happens. I remember there was quite a commotion at one point when one of our TV channels, a new commercial TV channel called the VTM, they aired Porky's around, like, I think it's prime time for you, like midday until 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
And Porky's was that movie, was it about a fraternity or something, and they were all going after women?
Porky's wasn't a fraternity one. It was about a group of friends who went to a bar called Porky's where all kinds of stuff happened, and they were trying to get de-virginized. But it's a sex comedy.
Yeah, right. Like American Pie or the Hangover, but more. I think American Pie is kind of like that, right?
It's more tame, yeah. But like, I think I was 10, 12 when I saw it, and the channel had to apologize afterwards.
Huh.
But I faintly remember everyone in school when we got back after that weekend, because it was the weekend. Everyone was doing the shower scene, pretending like we did with Ghostbusters and RoboCop. So we knew what it was, but we weren't. It wasn't sexual.
Yeah, let me say, John, do you want to respond to that before?
Nah, it's fine.
I think there's a case to be made for the idea that something is made dirty or sexual, over sexual, by hiding it rather than by showing it. And I think, I mean, in a lot of ways, some of this is also moot because, as Hastert was saying, as Darth Hastert, Lord Hastert is saying, these kids can find anything anywhere. So, is it really much of a help just to not have it on broadcast television anymore? But let's go to the first point, which is, is hiding breasts making it more sexual or less?
Well, with my kids, for example, now, it doesn't occur I don't watch TV. I haven't watched TV in 15 years. So all I do, of course, is show movies and YouTube. So it isn't an issue anymore, but there's still the same discomfort when there's a kissing scene or something in a movie that you didn't expect to happen.
Yeah.
And my daughter, I don't know, she just exists. But my son is like, oh no, this is not for me, and that's fine.
How old is he? 5 or 6?
My son is 9.
Oh, and she is 5 or 6.
Yeah. She's 6.
So he's getting close to that line that you were talking about. It doesn't exist until suddenly it does.
Yeah. I asked him the last time he was here if he has a girlfriend or something. And he was like, no. That's nasty. So, like, okay, he's still not there.
Yeah. Next time somebody asks me if I have a husband or a boyfriend, I'm going to be like, ew, no.
But it's like Hastro says, it's different now because we just saw the stuff on the TV. Going to a store to buy a Playboy was a step too far.
Yeah.
We did have friends who, for some reason, did have access to that stuff.
Yeah.
And they would bring it to school, and we would look at it, and sometimes they would get caught.
They raided the shoebox in their dad's closet or their older brother's,
Yeah, I did that too. But that stuff versus the stuff they have on internet now.
Oh my
is
God.
completely extreme. So I would, of course, shelter them from that stuff.
Well, it's part of the point of the not showing things, making them, if not sexual, then certainly taboo. And it seems like the new sexy is anything that's taboo, anything that you're not, that's why it seems like there's so many kinks on the internet, crazy kinks. It's like, because you always have to find the thing you're not supposed to do. It's the next thing you're not supposed to do or something. And I totally agree that shit should not be on television that is passively watched, that can just happen to you rather than you choosing.
It depends
John,
on.
I want to hear from John too, but I also am aware of the fact that I kind of roped you guys into this conversation about something that isn't casual. What do you think, John?
Well, another thing to mention is aside from the whole TV thing, I believe it's importantly in dressing modestly, and I'd want to try to pass that on to my children as well. So that would be another reason I wouldn't want to basically have them watching stuff if there's a bunch of nudity going on.
Now, John, are you Mennonite or?
Yes.
Okay. I know Mennonites who, of varying levels of modest dress.
Yes.
And I know brethren who don't use simple dress at all.
There's lots of variation.
Explain if you can briefly what is the point of modest dressing?
Well, from my point of view, a couple of the main things are, one is to prevent other people from stumbling. We wouldn't want to cause other people to lust by dressing in a way that we think could be provocative. And also, more than that, just not drawing attention to ourselves and not in being humble as opposed to being prideful.
Those are two biggies right there. At least two, maybe three commandments we got right there. Because thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. I mean, it's just the other version of that is thou shalt not position yourself as a covetable wife.
Yeah.
So let me just make sure I understand. So that others don't stumble, I dress myself in a way that is not provocative, and
yes.
And in a general state of humility and bowing my head, rather than razzle-dazzle game show host, I dress modestly. Is that?
Yeah, I think that's the general idea.
How do you choose what to show your children on TV or movies when you hold the value of simple dress?
Well, obviously, it's not restricted to just watching stuff that dresses like I do. But I just think that stuff like that involves either actual nudity or like very scantily clad or sexual behavior is just not the kind of thing I want them to be exposed to.
But commercials are like that.
Yeah, it's true. They don't actually watch that much TV.
How old are your kids?
The oldest is 14, and the youngest recently turned 12.
And what do they watch?
Well, they watch a lot of YouTube. I'm sure there's stuff on there that was not dressed modestly, but of course, at least there's not actual nudity. except for a couple of things that you just showed earlier.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've corrupted your children. I admire the general sense you have, though, or I get of you, instead of demanding certain strictures necessarily from them, you modeling your beliefs.
Yeah, I tried to. I wouldn't want to expect something from them that I wasn't willing to do myself.
Do you expect them to choose modest dress?
I mean, I would hope that they would, but ultimately it's going to be the exact things they wear is still up to them.
Do you object to how they dress now?
No.
I mean, do they ever choose things you don't want them to wear?
I'm sure it probably happens from time to time.
It must be difficult. I have a 15-year-old, and it's already hard without me objecting to what what my 15-year-old chooses to wear. That just sounds hard. Well, okay, back to sex. Yitzhak and sexualization of media. What were you going to say, Yitzhak? You had some thought. Sorry to turn this into a show or something.
I forgot, so I don't know.
Okay, so I think your point about it's not sexual until it is, like, what worries me also as a mother is not so much seeing this sort of false sexualization of a shampoo commercial, right? It's that nothing else, you don't see bodies in any other context. I worry that we are developing in kids, it's not so much that they see sex, because kids who grow up on farms know all about sex. Sex is a natural, human thing. The thing that we don't show people is bodies that are in the shower to wash themselves. People who are, naked because they're walking from, the dryer to their bed. We don't see real bodies. We only ever see idealized bodies that are meant to create, sexual energy. And that to me is a way to teach every single person at all times that they are inadequate. You don't do sex well enough, often enough, and beautifully enough. You don't look right. You don't, we never, ever, ever honor the things. I know this sounds so hippie and weird, but I'm not weird and hippie. I promise. It's like we don't honor the things that our bodies do so well for us, like carry us around and talk to our friends and eat and see, and we just show them with one context. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so PCAT. Do I know PCAT? Did PCAT change their name, or are they new in the last 9 months?
I'm not sure.
He says, I'm going to assume he's a he. As a kid, I was allowed to watch action and horror, but when nudity was popping up, that's when my parents made me look away. Yeah.
It was the reverse for me.
Really?
Well, for most Europeans, I think it's the reverse.
Okay, give us an example. Or tell us about that.
Well, all of the movies, for example, we weren't allowed to watch. Well, violence is something else. Like, I saw RoboCop, I think, a little bit too early, the first one. But we weren't allowed to watch horror movies like Freddy's Nightmare on Elm Street and others. I remember very vividly that there was a Dutch horror movie called Amsterdam, I think, or The Lift, which translates as The Elevator.
But Amsterdam? That's so good.
And The Lift had a remake, an American remake, I think. But The Lift, I specifically remember that I was told to go away, but I wasn't quick enough.
Oh.
So I did see things, and that of course affected me way more than seeing some pretty lady shower herself. It's been changing, because currently back then we didn't have the whole breastfeeding thing. It was a
Movement
problem.
or whatever.
It wasn't a problem back then because that's for babies. But I think due to the fact that we have less nudity in far commercials, that people are a little bit less used to seeing such things, and thus are making a problem about young mothers breastfeeding, even if they're covered. My ex, for example, had several encounters where they were being rude to her, even though it was for the benefit of the whole train cart, because of course when the baby is hungry it gets pretty loud. But
So you're saying she would be in a train car breastfeeding, and people would want her to put that breast away, like don't be so immodest as to breastfeed here in front of all these people.
Well, my ex was very insecure about herself, so she always covered it with a blanket. So my son and daughter, while breastfeeding, always had like a cover. But even then, people apparently, I wasn't with her, of course, had problems with it. But the whole violence and horror thing is different here.
You know, I saw movies. I've seen movies in my 30s that I can't that I get images in my head that I can't get out. Violent movie, like there's recent research that shows that you can experience some amount of trauma by proxy that way. I mean, it's not like, live trauma happening to you, but John, I'm interested to know what you think of that. Are you as wary of like violence in media as you are of sexualized content?
I would say it's pretty similar, yes. Like, I wouldn't want them watching stuff with graphic violence, and to be honest, I don't like watching that stuff either.
Yeah. Wow, I managed to tank the numbers down to 3. It's probably the 3 of us.
I can be very scary, I'm sure.
Note to self: people do not want an NPR talk show on YouTube. Well, John, what do you think about my screed, my long soliloquy about bodies that aren't sexualized?
Well, I understand the points you're making. I just think that I have the very unusual point of view that only female they should see naked is their spouse. So whether it's sexualized or not, I would want to basically get used to looking at other people being naked.
I don't think it's that unusual a point of view. I think you share a lot with like conservative and Orthodox Judaism too, which isn't surprising. It isn't surprising because you're just closer to the same root. Okay, Professor Brainy Specs is still here. Thomas Potts is still here. How come it's his 3 up there?
It's YouTube.
I guess I'm one. Okay, do you guys have YouTube open?
Yeah, I still have
StreamYard? So there are at least 5 of us.
Yeah, YouTube's numbers are not always reliable.
Bastards. Okay, John. It feels like you're fighting an uphill battle.
Well, yeah, I suppose you could say that.
And not just on sex and violence, but on a fixed rules of morality.
Yes, I do believe in an absolute morality, which is not very popular in our current society with a lot of people.
I think it's possible to be an absolutist and a relativist at the same time, though. And we can talk about that when we really want to bore everybody to death. But I wonder how someone in this society even manages to have any hope sticking to like an absolutist and very conservative sense of those kinds of morals around dressing and sex and violence and media. I mean, how do you hold it together?
Well, it's not easy, but if I had to do it in my own strength, I don't think I'd be able to do it.
Ah,
But for me, it's based on my faith, which is what it all comes back to eventually. I mean, yes, I know I expect kind of society to go down the drains around me. That's not really a surprise to me. Because I think historically, it's always doing that one way or another. Just in each time period, it might be a different issue.
but if it's always doing that one way or another, then it's kind of never doing that, too, right?
I guess.
I don't know. I don't mean to challenge that. It was a very good answer that you couldn't do it alone, because there's no point in doing it alone because you're doing it for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I try anyway.
What does it sound like to you, Yitzhak?
I don't think that seeing certain things will instantly create something. Like, for example, if my children see a lot of boobs, that they will turn into a sexual deviant. I think that's the whole other brain thing, that certain connections are made. My eldest daughter, for example, she has, I think, a kind of aversion to certain movies. While she is, I think, less. Let me think how I can put this without being too blatant. Her mother is quite sexually open, and I think my daughter is a little bit more restrained. I hope so, at least. So I think there's something that happens in the brain that can go either way. But the way I try to raise my children, of course, is I weigh whether something might cause a problem, like the whole trauma thing you mentioned. I figured Ghostbusters went fine, for example.
Mm-hmm.
But Gremlins, I had to turn Gremlins off.
Huh.
Even
what
though
part of Gremlins?
When they start emerging in the city.
Oh.
And he still refuses to watch it till this day, and we are now, I think, 2 years later.
Is it any particular act of violence, or is it like
I think
it's being overrun? It's like Ukraine right now.
I think it's a feeling in everyone's brain that's different. Like, for example, I had, for the longest time, even now, I had like panic attacks and bad dreams from a certain Grace Jones video.
Huh.
It's the one video where she's like a big towering person. I think she had like a black cone dress with twirls, and people were, I think, sucked into it. That was just a music video.
What was the song?
I'll have to Google it. I'll Google it later when someone else is talking. But that had traumatic effects on my brain. And for the longest time, I couldn't watch Grace Jones in anything because she scared me a lot for some reason.
How old are we talking about? What ages are we talking about?
This is in the 80s, so I think between 8 and 14.
I have a scene from American History X which is a movie about neo-Nazis, I think, from the 90s, I think. There's a scene in there that that flashes into my head when I'm in a hyper anxious or panicky state. And I think
Curb
that's,
Stop.
yes, yes. And that's all you need to say. And I do not want to, I don't want to, I can go away if you want to describe it to people, but it's like, but I think there's something, I think some amount of like, I think that's, there's a little bit of OCD there. Not the kind of OCD that makes you wash your hands a lot, but the kind that has uncontrollable thought. They're like an uncontrolled thought. You know, it's kind of obsessive or something. I don't know. I've linked anxiety in my mind, like extreme anxiety, hard anxiety, to that scene. And there are a couple other ones from disparate parts of my life, disparate decades even, but they're all really violent and involve, you know, a single fast, terrible, violent act, usually with really good sound. I think I'm really hooked into the sound of violence. The sound of violence.
I know I'm susceptible to certain sound cues as well. But
Well,
the
we
whole,
all are. There's like you know, most horror movies would be nothing without the sound.
yeah.
But go
The
ahead.
song, by the way, is "Slave to the Rhythm" from 1985.
Slave to the Rhythm. I don't even know that song. I don't think.
Well, it's
How old were you in 1985?
5.
Yeah, you were young.
Slave to the rhythm, dance to the rhythm. That's all I know.
The video, you know the video well. John, do you have any thoughts? Like, do you have to, you know, have you been scarred or whatever? Do you have any violent or sexual things that stick in your head?
I don't think I've been scarred exactly. I just I've never really been into watching that kind of thing.
So you don't. Do you remember ever having like nightmares from an image or seeing a horror movie for the first time?
Well, off the top of my head, no. Although I'm the kind of person I almost never remember what my dreams are about after I wake up.
Yeah, I don't either, really. I remember like nightmares. Like I don't know, nightmares are hard. I don't think that bad movies or horrible or violent movies make me have nightmares. Like I don't think that's the way that works. I think those images can sometimes come up in nightmares, but I think it's because you're already having that like dread. You know, nightmares for me are about dread or fear already being there. Do you think, John, that the modest dressing and the trying hard to follow the teachings of your faith is a way to be able to handle the world falling apart? Because it sounds like, of all of us, you actually think it's going to hell in a handbasket way more, in fact, than the rest of us.
Well, yes, I think you can think of it as a way to try to respond to the situation. Like, we're gonna be separate from that. You know, we don't want to go along with that kind of stuff. It's kind of like a visual reminder of separation.
Why at your level and not, say, Amish level? Because there's this spectrum, you know.
Well, there's a lot of things about the Amish that, aside from just their appearance, that they are very strict about. Well, I respect that the decisions that they've made, in many cases, I think some of them are stricter than necessary.
So let's just to be clear for people who don't know, they don't use electricity. Well, they don't
Right.
wire electricity to their houses. They don't have indoor plumbing. They don't use cars, generally, sort of. And it depends on which order.
Mhm.
They don't use, lots of them don't use zippers. They use buttons and latches and things instead. What else? They don't dance.
Right. Like some of them, for example, if you have a bride that does use cars, some will say it has to be a black car, for example, because if it's a colored car, that's like fancy or prideful, etc.
Yeah. I know some Amish people who use cell phones, at least for business, and they justify that because there's no actual wire coming to their house. Because it's wireless, it doesn't bring with the wire the the taint of modernity. Um, and lots and lots of Amish people, Amish communities, um, rent a van and a driver to go to like Amish markets and things. It's not that they cars are evil and they won't touch cars. It's sort of similar. That's why I bring it up. It's sort of similar to you in that I think, or at least what I think you're saying, in that they give themselves a constant reminder to be separate.
Yes, they allow much that they would talk a lot about separation from the world, and there would be a reason for a lot of the things that they do.
So the question is, why is your level? Why does that make sense to you and not another level? You said some of it seems to go too far.
Well, I think every Christian would have to make the decision for himself what's the appropriate level to go to. They've obviously decided to go farther, but
Sort of sometimes.
well, yes, like they're not using electricity. Well, they think that using that's what's best for them, but I just don't think that by itself is necessary. I think electricity, for example, is just a tool, and you can use it for good or bad things.
Like the internets.
For example.
I have great respect for, I hope that's clear. For you and Mennonites in general and all people of faith. And people of not faith. I have respect for people. Okay, everybody? I just think it's fascinating how people make decisions about what to do in their lives, and especially when it comes to children. We try so hard, all of us, to pick the things that are okay to influence our children and avoid the things that we don't think are good influence on the children. And I actually think the intention inside us, the parents, is more important than whatever they actually see. Because I don't think we can control it ultimately. And if we can, it's for a scant few years. And it's more important that they see us in the act of choosing, in the act of expressing essentially what is okay and what isn't, than that they actually don't see, breasts or violence.
I'm also not trying to suggest that I have everything figured out. Far from it. I'm just trying to muddle through it the best I can.
Like all of us.
That's a good question. I do not know how they charge their cell phones without electricity.
They give it to the driver of their vans.
Well, there you go.
I know lots. They hire a lot of illegal immigrants. The Amish do. My feelings about Amish communities changed a lot when I first did a story with an Amish community on puppy mills. If you don't know what those are, they're breeding operations for pedigree puppies that sell the puppies to pet stores rather than people who usually when people buy a pedigree dog, they buy it from a breeder who has this long lineage, and the AK, the American Kennel Club, papers and all this stuff, and they can see where they were raised in a home and blah, blah. Well, when people who sell pedigree puppies to pet stores to be sold on, those puppies usually come from a high volume breeding operation, which people then often call puppy mills, because they're high volume, small quarters. The females are pregnant all the time. They're kept in housing that's made in a certain way to make it easy to clean up poop, like a mesh instead of a floor, so that like poop can fall through. And they can, they're not great places. They're big, they're larger operations, not huge, but anyway. So a lot of Amish at that point, in this one particular place in Pennsylvania, were running these high volume dog breeding operations, and it wasn't that made me. I mean, I hadn't really thought about the Amish before, despite the fact that I'm Quaker and people always think I'm Amish because of the goddamn oatmeal guy. But they're actually totally different things from totally different roots. But I hadn't really thought about Amish before. But when I did that, I realized that there is a lot about the Amish that is very similar to other separatist sects around the world. That being a separatist makes you really remarkable, whether it's Amish or fundamental Mormon, fundamentalist Latter-day Saints, or, frankly, Chechens, who are the Chechens are Islamic in Russian Islamic. Falun Gong. I mean, any group that separates itself from society and makes that part of its faith, there's an element of it that kind of smacks of, well, the rest of you be damned.
Well, yes, I understand that. And I think some of the Amish, and probably some of those other groups you mentioned, are separate just for the sake of being separate.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's always a danger. Like, for example, that's what might happen when you go too far. But we're supposed to be in the world, but not of the world. But we can't be so separate from it that we can't have any influence on it, which I think is a danger if you take yourself too far away.
That appeals to me. Sorry, I'm just plugging in. That appeals to me because separatist sects can be dangerous because they start to make up their own rules, and it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell a 12-year-old girl that she has a choice about how she lives. But that's what I like about Mennonites. Mennonites are always so approachable.
I hope so.
For those of us who tend to just walk up to people and say, gosh, why are you wearing that thing on your head? That's you, right, Yitza?
Me?
Yeah, when's the last time you left the house, Yitza?
Yeah, last Sunday.
Last Sunday.
Mm-hmm. To drop off my kids.
So you haven't gone to the post office. You haven't gone to the pharmacy or the grocery store.
Oh, I went to the store for 15 minutes.
When?
Yesterday.
So you left the house yesterday.
Yeah. I'm very proud of myself.
I think you qualify as a separatist sect all unto yourself.
I know. I was thinking that when you were explaining it. But I'm not I might be extreme, and I'm getting more extreme, being more reclusive.
More extreme in what? Your political views?
I cannot be bothered with certain things anymore.
Like shampooing your hair?
For example. No, just certain things I don't want to deal with it anymore. So I make up my own rules and movements to avoid that stuff.
Example, please.
I cannot give a clear example at the moment. Are you
That's
really
not
doing
fair.
well, life
Yes,
isn't
I'm
fair.
using YouTube to put on makeup.
Okay.
I've always wanted to do that because it's like, but it's actually it's annoying because it's correct. Like you're seeing me how people see me, whereas I'm used to putting on makeup in the mirror.
Well, I'm seeing you lag a bit, so it's not a traumatic moment if you have a certain. Well, not in this. You didn't give me a traumatic moment, but yeah, so it's always like. But no, I don't have an example.
Okay, I'm going to try and think of an example for you. Wait, were you going to say something, John?
No.
Okay, I think you're not putting up with certain people anymore saying they'll call you and then not doing it. Not as much.
Well, that's been a long time coming, that stuff. But yeah, I do not appreciate it.
I guess I'm not sure what sort of genre, what like trim level of your new automobile you're talking about. No, that doesn't make. What part of your life are you talking about not putting up with that anymore? Are they little things or big things?
It varies. It's like the example that you give. It's just constantly that I'm being put on the backside or not being taken care of. Like the 6 months that I didn't have unemployment, for example. So I didn't have any money for 6 months. And you try every week to contact them and they say, we will call you back, we will call you back. And they never do. And I'm done with it. And then when you, for example, tell me, I'm going to call you in 5 minutes and 5 days later you still didn't call me, that's, no.
Irritating for you.
Yes. It should be irritating for everyone.
There is no such thing as everyone.
I know. Everything.
No reason to make it universal. It's just irritating to you.
I know.
You have a right for it to be irritating.
Well,
and I think about your dad. I think you're accepting less from your dad. I think.
No, that's the same as always.
Okay.
Are we gonna talk about my daddy issues now?
Yes.
No, not. Yeah.
Okay, can you make your hair stand up, please?
Yeah, it's because the stupid thing.
No, make it stand up. Yeah. I just want to see. That's amazing. Okay. I'm getting back to a thought I had 11 hours ago, apparently, on this. So, at age 16, we learn you're supposed to take, or earlier, say 14, 13, you're supposed to take a shower every day or you're disgusting and smell. You're supposed to wash your hair. This is what I learned. You're supposed to wash your hair with shampoo every day. And if you don't condition it, then you might as well be some retrograde 80s person, right? Because this was the 90s. You have to wear this particular deodorant. Your nails have to look like this. You have to wear a certain kind of bra, or you'll look weird, or like Mother Earth breasts or something. If you're going to wear open-toed shoes, you have to get this. You have to make sure your toe nails look like this thing, right? You have to shave your legs. You have to shave your armpits, or you're really gross. There's all these like rules, and they feel really like firm and real when you're that age. And slowly they go oddly changing over time. Even like the convention changes. Like now you're only supposed to wash your hair once a week, or maybe twice, because the oils are good for your hair. And it's kind of like diets. We went through like the fat was bad, and then the carbs were bad, and then this was, what I mean? It's like that with the grooming thing too, but it's more disorienting to me because they because they seemed so incredibly fixed in the beginning. That is my statement. There is no inherent question. Unless you want to tell me what it was like being a boy.
Well, we had bath time. We only had a shower later.
Later meaning later teenage years or later at night?
I think late 80s we got a shower.
Oh, you didn't have a shower. Okay.
Yeah. But we had, like, Saturday was a bath day. So we did it once a week. That doesn't mean, like, certain Garogan individuals claim that Europeans don't wash themselves, but we just washed ourselves at the sink, like completely.
Wait. But what did you do with your nether regions? Like, did you only wash those like once a week?
No, that was daily.
You stood at the sink and washed your dick?
And my my butt.
And your butt? What, did you have a bidet?
We had a washandje.
A washandje?
Yeah, it's like a glove you put on your hand, and you put soap on it, and then you can
give yourself an exam.
Do you want me to get a washandje?
Yes. Do you have one there right now?
Well, I have to.
Yes, please go get that, or take I have to see this thing.
Okay, just a second then.
Okay, thank you. Oh my God, this is the greatest stream ever. Okay, we're gonna have to guess at how to spell this, because I want to see a picture. Also, like, say W A or E S.
No idea.
Anche. You know what? I'm gonna do a search for Dutch poop glove, and that will probably do better. No, everything's coming up about dogs. Dutch treat. How about Dutch butt glove? Oh, here we go. Wait, these are grilling. I see other gloves. It's all about grilling gloves and pork.
Well, it kind of looks like a grilling glove, but.
Oh wow, let's see it. Okay, what?
Are you ready for the?
Wait,
amazing
no.
invention?
Please spell it first.
WASHANDJE.
Oh, it's wash hand. Yeah.
Yeah, hunt. So you was is wash, and hand is hand, but handje is the. I don't know the word, but when you make something smaller, like a small car, is an autootje, and an hand,
like hito in Spanish.
Hand. Like babies have hands, but when you hold a baby's hands, you hold it handje because it's a small hand.
Wait, so the y modifies a noun or a verb?
It's the smaller version of that word.
Does it have to be a person, a place, or thing, or can it be an action that can be smaller?
It's usually a thing.
Okay, so it's like ito or ita in Spanish. Like people call me Andreita.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have big hands, so no one would ever tell me I'm gonna hold your handje. That doesn't fit. So
much English comes from Dutch. It's amazing. Okay, yes, I'm going to see it.
Ready? This is the amazing invention.
Let's see it. Oh, it's a washcloth.
Yeah, you put it on your hand, and then you wash your face, and you use another one to do other stuff.
Okay.
Amazing.
So you went upstairs to get that, and I searched for Dutch poop glove because I thought you were saying that when you said put it on your hand, I thought you were saying like gloves, fingers, hand, like it was a special glove to wash your butt with.
Well, it's kind of that's kind of a glove.
That's just a washcloth.
Same thing.
When you just spelled it, I found the Wikipedia article for washanja, and I was so excited. And then I translated it to English, and it said washcloth.
Yeah, washing mitt. So you do have the invention called washing mitt.
Well, no, we don't naturally make them into mittens. They're just squares. Like the archetype, the like Plato's, the idea, the reflection on the cave wall of washcloth is it's not a mitt. It's just a square.
Well, that's not as handy.
Haha, see what you did there?
So yeah, we only did it like once a week. Actual
Wait a second.
shower.
How do you keep the face one separate from the butt one?
You have to remember, or you take another color.
How many of these things do you have in your house?
I have an exorbitant amount of towels and washhandsches.
Mountains, good point. Pro tip, wash face first. Then go down, then go south. How many do you think you have, Jitze?
Like 30, maybe.
Do you not like to do laundry?
Well, I don't use 30 a week.
Do you do laundry every week? Is that what you're saying?
No. I do laundry when my underpants are running out.
Forwards, backwards, inside out.
Yeah.
Okay, so getting back to, you take a bath every Saturday. The rest of the week, you wash your butt and stuff with a washcloth that you hopefully keep separate from the one you use on your face, so you don't all get conjunctivitis constantly. Okay, those are the rules.
Those were the rules in my youth. Yeah.
Did your parents like stand there and say, okay, now wash your blah blah with the washcloth?
In the beginning, of course. You have to learn it.
What do you do with the washcloth you've used on your butt?
You rinse it and put it aside. Well,
I guess that's what you do in the shower, except I don't use a washcloth on my butt.
what do you do with when you have soap? Do you wash? Are you one of the people who uses the soap and does this, or are you using the soap like this?
Oh no, I get soap on my hand.
Uh,
I don't wipe my body with the soap. No. What about you, DeMarco? This is fascinating stuff.
No, I don't normally use wash rags either in the shower.
But do you put soap on your hand and then put it on your body, or do you take the bar of soap and rub it on your body?
I use liquid soap typically, which I just put some on my hands, spread it around.
You mean you use body wash?
Basically.
I don't get this whole body wash thing.
I don't know about other people, but there are certain ingredients in like standard soaps or shampoos that I'm allergic to, so I try to get like more natural stuff.
What are you allergic to?
I have a sensitivity to SLS, which is in a lot of soaps and shampoos.
Sodium lauryl sulfate.
Mm-hmm.
Everything has sodium. You must use Dr. Bronner's or something.
Yeah, I get this some kind of healthy shampoo from like the health food store.
Huh. Or Castile soap would be another one you could use. But yeah, everything, all the body washes, all of the shampoos have sodium lauryl sulfate. It's like it's what works. There's a separate foaming agent in shampoos but sodium lauryl sulfate is the thing that actually attaches to oil molecules. Interesting. What happens to you if you touch it?
Well, if I use it to wash my hair, for example, I have a bad problem with dandruff. Also, a lot of toothpaste has it, so it would cause irritation in my gums, for example, if I use it in my mouth, so I have to buy SLS-free toothpaste.
Huh. Anything else? Any other reactions you want to tell us about? I just think this is fascinating.
Those are the main ones that make it like dry out my skin or give me a rash or that kind of thing if I use too much of it.
How did you figure out that it was that? It's so ubiquitous that I'm surprised you could even figure it out.
I mean, I honestly don't remember how I first figured it out. Maybe it was just trial and error. They're going to like eliminate something and see if that makes a difference. But it's been going on for a long time.
Huh. Apparently, the highest risk of using products with SLS is irritation to your eyes, skin, mouth, and lungs. For people who says, yeah, sulfates also clog pores and can cause acne.
I never had any lung problems, fortunately, but yeah, I can see it causing skin issues like acne.
I think I just had no idea that there was any kind of like atopic dermatitis associated with it. That's really cool. I mean, interesting. I like learning new things. So you don't actually know what liquid you use, John? You have
the
something?
brand?
Yeah.
It's just like the generic brand I get from the local health food store. I don't remember what it's called, but it works.
That's fascinating. What do you have in your shower there, Jitze? Do you know what it is?
In my shower, I just use Axe.
Axe?
Axe body wash.
Axe?
Yeah.
With the terrible commercials?
Yeah, body wash. And at my sink, I use glycerin soap.
Lots of soaps have glycerin. Is it called glycerin soap?
It's just the glycerin. I think it might be even the same that John uses. It doesn't have like oil or scent or any of that other crap.
Sulfates and...
It's pure glycerin, yeah. As far as I know. That's the stuff I also put in my hair to make it a little bit more modeled, which I didn't do today. So technically I do wash my hair. I just don't wash it. The soap just gets rinsed when I take a shower.
Glycerin itself is a liquid, I think, at room temperature. I think it has to be some kind of process. Either it has to be cooked or it has something in it that makes it solid at room temperature. And I think it depends on where the glycerin comes from, because glycerin is derived from plants, I think.
I don't know.
But anyway, the point is, I can't believe you don't wash your hair with shampoo, but you use Axe body wash. That is so incongruous to me.
I guess. Well, sometimes I use Tahiti. Depends on my mood. Or the fullness of the bottle.
So you have something called Tahiti?
Yeah.
Hey, apparently you can buy liquid glycerin and use it to make your own glycerin soap. That's the exciting news today. Andrea Seabrook, YouTube News, Costa Rica. Oh, no, you have to put lye in it. You have to put lye in it. That's the only thing, though. That just hyper That's just a chemical bond thing. Okay. When your family got a shower,
Yeah, we showered.
How did the rules change?
Well, it turned from it went a little bit more. When we had a bath, it would occur a lot of times that the children would take the same bath water as the parent. So we would actually be bathing in their filth. But eventually, when the shower arrived, that problem, of course, disappeared. But even before that, I remember my sister arguing about it, that she didn't want to take a bath in used bath water, which was understandable. So it faded away eventually. The bath usually was reserved for the moments where you wanted to rest a little bit, but since people were busy and had to do stuff, a shower was much more quick. And I stopped doing the bath thing because I didn't want to spend an hour in the bath anymore, so I just shower.
Morning or night?
It varied. When I came here in this house, in the beginning we only had a bath. We did have a shower, but we didn't have a shower curtain. So every time we had to take a shower, I had to clean the whole bathroom because there was water everywhere. So I took a bath until the landlord finally decided to put like screens. And I've never taken a bath ever since, basically.
Do you miss it?
No. I often like your hot tub stuff. I want to do stuff in the bath, like watch like shows or read a book.
Yeah.
It's always too wet, so if I can't do multiple things at the same time, I'm not very interested.
I'm going to show off my my hot tub. It's an inflatable hot tub, everybody. I did not buy like a thousands of dollars thing. Can you see it over there?
It's inside.
Right there. Yeah. So Costa Ricans and lots of Latin America have this like side. So the house is, I can't really do this, but a side room that has a sink at the end for washing clothes. So it's sort of inside outside room. And
So
the hot
weird.
tub makes the most sense in here because it's like kind of inside and outside. There it is. And to get over, and it's got this can you see the heater over there? I'm going to try not to drop my laptop into it.
Yeah.
So that connects to the hot tub and filters the water and heats it and everything. But you have to realize, I've never in my life had a hot tub. I'm not like a hot tub person. But there's no hot running water here except the electrocution shower. So we have a shower head that zaps the water as it comes out and just heats the amount of water. They're common in Europe too, aren't they?
I don't think so.
We had one in England when I was living there when I was a kid. Here, I'll show
Like
you.
thermostat,
No, look.
electricity and water. I don't think so.
That's the shower head. Those are the
No.
wires.
Interesting.
Just looks wrong.
Yeah, it totally looks wrong. That's why I call it the electrocution shower. It zaps the water as it comes out of the shower head. It's got like 3 little elements inside it. And
We have thermostat showers, but I don't really know how they work because they don't have wires, but they do heat the water up till the wanted degrees, wanted temperature.
oh, it's probably the same thing, except the good ones. They're good ones. Like they have a panel on the wall that has a snake that comes out of it, the tube that comes out of it to the shower head.
No,
No?
it's all inside of the shower head.
Oh, well, then that
Or-
must be an electrocution shower.
I'm gonna Google.
I'm going to say right now, anybody should leave at any moment. John, if you have decided you'd like to sleep someday,
We'll do that at some point, yes.
where are you, John? I forget.
I'm in Florida.
Oh, that's right. So it's 5 o'clock in the morning there.
Yes.
Well, anyway, so the point of the whole electrocution shower discussion was just that I'm like not a massage person at all. I don't want other people touching my body like that. That doesn't make me relax. I mean, I don't mind being touched, but that doesn't make me relax. I'm not like a runner. I am a bath person, a serious, hot bath and book person. And I had been here almost 4 years before I finally broke down and bought this inflatable hot tub. It was a very expensive purchase for me, although I just found one today at the Costco down the mountain for like $350. I paid more than $350 for this. And it has been better than I ever could imagine. But the thing that keeps it from being, washing yourself in other people's filth is that you're not washing yourself, for one thing. And I chlorinate it. I use pool chemicals. And that's everything that I have to say about that.
Okay.
Unless you'd like to know more about my inflatable hot tub. What did you find, Jitze?
The thermostat uses a small wire in the crane, in the thing that delivers the water.
The
That
tube,
will-
the spigot.
Yeah, in the spigot that will change in length and passes cold and warm water depending on the temperature that you choose. So it doesn't actually heat the water.
Oh.
Just-
It's literally just a thermostat.
yeah.
I will tell everybody that I am secretly smoking a cigarette. That's why I'm not being on video right now. It's bad, and no one should ever do it. It's terrible, and I shouldn't be doing it. So. John, you looked crestfallen.
Oh, do I? May just be for me like half asleep or something.
I thought maybe you desperately wanted a cigarette.
I had to pass on that one, but thanks.
Have you ever smoked a cigarette?
No.
Jitze, have you ever smoked a cigarette?
For a dare, only once.
And what happened?
Nothing.
You didn't feel crappy?
Well, I was used to it because both of my parents were cigarette addicts, like 2 packs or more a day.
And you got asthma.
And they kept doing it. That's one of the reasons why I left early, I think. Besides the fighting stuff.
Because you didn't like the smoke?
Well, you get used to the smell, but after being in my dorm for a long time, you immediately notice the smell whenever they come in. It's nasty stuff.
So they smell like smoke.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
they don't anymore, but
You left home you think in part, besides some other shit going down, because you didn't like the smoking all the time.
mhm. It was a lot of smoke, like yellow paper and stuff like that. It's amazing I lasted 18 years.
Wow. I remember my mother smoking while doing my hair, like braiding my hair in the bathroom. I remember asking her to please not smoke in the bathroom anymore because it smelled so bad. And she never did again. My dad smoked a pipe.
My dad stopped a while ago, a long time before my mom. did. My mom stopped when she was diagnosed with cancer. Like immediately, she stopped.
What kind of cancer?
Lung cancer. She
Uh,
didn't last long.
Yeah. That
But
is hard.
she kept smoking, and the day she was diagnosed, it immediately stopped.
Huh.
The smoking.
Interesting. And it got her, didn't it?
Hmm. As expected.
Yeah, it will give you lung cancer.
Yeah,
I mean,
especially Belgia.
especially what?
Belgia, that's the brand.
Oh, really? Is it like Gauloise? Is it?
I
Hard?
think it's one of the harder cigarettes.
Huh. My mother quit smoking, but for, I don't know, 25 years now has chewed nicotine gum.
Oh, it doesn't exist anymore, Belgia.
My grandmother was a long-time smoker, and she eventually got lung cancer as well, and that's what she died from eventually.
I started smoking when I was 15 in England because everybody smoked at that time. And then I quit in 2001. And because I didn't want to be a smoker on my wedding day. I didn't want to be a bride in a beautiful dress and a cigarette. So I quit, and I didn't start again until 2018 when I had a brief dalliance with a guy. I'm no longer married to the guy I married in 2001, with a guy who smoked. And it was so much easier to just smoke than to have him just be a smoker. And so I kind of have been thinking of it as a phase since 2018, and it's now 2022. So I need to quit again. Maybe I have to get another white dress and have a ceremony or something, so I won't want to be with a cigarette or something. I also tell myself that that I'm good at addiction in a way. Like I've walked right up on serious addictions of several different things, and one day just said that's enough. I can't do that anymore, and stopped completely. So I think I fool myself a little bit with that because cigarettes are hard to kick. Although my mother's nicotine gum is interesting because there's quite a bit of research now that shows that what are they called, nicotinoids? That nicotine can not keep you from getting Alzheimer's, but people who have a certain amount of nicotine in their system for long enough tend to get Alzheimer's less often, or be less likely to get Alzheimer's, or whatever the hell you say. Same thing's true of caffeine, by the way. 3 cups a day.
Yeah. You don't get cancer from the nicotine, you get cancer from all the other shit they put in it.
Exactly. Although it's gross, my mom, you know, she's like always throwing out gum.
Like
And it's
vomiting.
yellow. No, just like, you know, her like tongue is yellow. It's weird. Yeah. I can't believe one of you has smoked 1 cigarette and the other has smoked no cigarettes in your lives. And you haven't really done any drugs either, right? You drink sometimes, Yitze, right?
Like once every 3 months, maybe.
And what do you drink?
It depends what I have. I like
Whatever is there.
Like a couple of weeks ago, I like two nights in a row because I had difficulty sleeping. I took a swig of rum before going to bed.
What kind of rum?
The Kraken.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
It's got a
Yes.
nice bottle.
it does. That's why I
Yeah.
bought it.
Yeah, kraken, like a giant octopus kraken taking down a ship, right?
Yeah. But
What about you, John? What? Sorry, go ahead, Yitza.
Well, it's either that or a martini, white martini, or absinthe.
White martini?
Yeah, just martini. You have red martini as well, but that's called martini fiero here.
It's
Just a shaken, not stirred stuff.
Vermouth.
minus the olive. Yeah, martini is vermouth. Yeah.
Okay, Jeff says he's never smoked nor done drugs. Mountain says, okay, nicotine gum. I thought you were about to say she turned to chewing tobacco. Glad that was cleared up. Then he said, I gave up smoking 2014. Both my parents died from cancer. Well, my mom died from lung cancer. We believe my dad's cancer may have been from using Roundup. There have been studies that link it to this type. Yeah, Roundup, the weed killer. Is that Monsanto, I think? One of
That's
the big-
illegal here now.
Is it?
For a couple of years, because of the cancer thing, and
Well,
nature damage.
what kind of cancer do you get when you have been exposed to that kind of chemical, I wonder? That's just so sad. I'm really sorry for that. I hear when people talk about lung cancer and cigarettes and stuff, it makes me feel like I'm being a jackass and not appreciating what I have. Yeah, mountains. That was it. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Yeah. Yeah. I know somebody else who had non-Hodgkin's. Well, this is making the stream really fun, and actually, sometimes I think we ought to have like an obituary stream. You know, we could talk about all the cool things that people did that we knew. But I'm going to quit smoking because I don't want to waste what other people have lost or something. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't want to take it for granted. So all of these people who haven't, see, I just thought it was normal. It was a normal part of adolescence to smoke cigarettes, drink a lot, experiment with drugs, at least marijuana and, you know, ecstasy or MDMA, at least, like mushrooms. I just thought that
Never had any interest in that.
any interest, or did it ever present itself?
Well, I don't think most of it didn't present itself. I mean, well, I went to college. There was drinking and that kind of stuff would be available, but I was never interested in it.
Do you drink, John? Ever?
Very rarely.
What do you drink when you drink?
Well, if it was like on New Year's, for example, if we were doing a toast, might have a little bit of champagne or something like that.
But you don't ever, you're never in a position of choosing what to drink?
I mean, I can't remember the last time I just picked out a drink to have. No.
Do you guys use anything like other people use substances?
No.
Like coping mechanism, kind of like eating or chocolate or running or bungee jumping?
No.
Do you use
Not
anything
really.
to change your chemical state?
No.
I don't think so, no.
We just endure.
Yeah. what do you do when you feel like crap?
Live through it.
I'll sometimes go on YouTube.
And do what? What do you search for? Is it like kittens? Like, what do you do?
Well, I'll tend to look for see if there's anybody from our community who's on. We can just talk about whatever.
That's the whole thing, right? It's human connection.
Yeah, I think so. For me, anyway.
I used to drink a whole lot. And yeah, one day I was just like, this is stupid. Now I'm drinking Coca-Cola, like you've been seeing. And I'm not a complete teetotaler. I drink one drink maybe every 9 months or something. But I don't like the way it feels anymore. I hate it. Which is a funny thing because I think I drank too much because I was miserable. Maybe I was making myself miserable. Yitzhak, you look very sad suddenly. Is it just the way you're
No.
sitting?
Yeah, it's the way I'm sitting. I don't like how it feels the day after when you drink a lot. But that's why I prefer drinking absinthe, because you don't have those effects in the same way.
You don't?
No, it's different.
I always thought absinthe was supposed to make you like hallucinate or something.
That's bullshit. The hallucination story comes from people actually brewing their own stuff and doing it wrong and going a little bit cuckoo.
Huh.
The thing with absinthe, in comparison with other alcohols make you go, well, yeah, like like a bag of sand dropping. Well, with absinthe, it's because of the herbs. I think it's you kind of get a light, and you don't wake up. You of course have a dry mouth, and your mouth tastes like anise when you wake up.
Mhm.
But
Licorice.
Yeah, licorice. But you don't feel like shit. Well, the most I drank absinthe, that's the traditional way with water and the whole sugar thing, was like 7 or 8 glasses of 90% proof absinthe.
90 proof is 45%.
Okay, 90% on the bottle.
Wow.
And I didn't have anything. Of course, I was sweating licorice as well, but I didn't have the nasty stuff when I drink whiskey or other stuff too much. But that's
Okay.
a long time ago.
Okay, it's traditionally bottled. You're supposed to mix it with water, right? And you pour it over a sugar cube or something, right? Like that's why it's 90%. You can do that because you mix it with water, right? Or maybe you don't. But.
It dilutes a little bit. Yeah, you can drink it. Depends on the brand as well. I have like special glasses that, as far as I know, are from that era. You just take a little bit, you put a spoon with the sugar. Some people like the sugar, but I don't, because it will break the glass if there's a temperature difference.
Oh.
And then you add water so the sugar dilutes. And good absinthe turns from bright green to like milky white.
Oh, like Pernod.
Well, Pernod is an absinthe derivative.
Oh, is it?
That's what the French made when it was banned.
I also started drinking in England when I was 15, and we drank a lot of Pernod. I like Pernod.
It tastes pretty much the same.
Yeah, I mean, I've had absinthe, but I've never had what people like. Every time I've tried absinthe, somebody was around that said, "Oh, that's not real absinthe."
Well, it
You know?
isn't. The,
Right.
the Tujon and other levels are way lower because of the restrictions.
The restrictions.
The restrictions in the amount of Tujon, Thujone.
That's like a psychedelic, isn't it?
I don't know what it is. It's just something that's in absinthe.
Well, why would they restrict it?
Because people were cutting their ears off.
Yeah.
There's a whole conspiracy theory about that stuff as well, because absinthe was more popular in Europe than beer, and the German beer companies didn't like it, so they launched propaganda. That's why you have like certain posters where the Black Death is associated with absinthe. They were selling less beer in Germany than absinthe, and they didn't like that stuff. And they won.
Apparently, Thujone is similar structurally to THC, but doesn't work like that.
Don't.
Okay, most commonly reported experience is a clear-headed feeling of inebriation, a form of lucid drunkenness.
Mhm.
This guy's chemist allegedly says secondary effects of absinthe may be because of some of the herbal compounds in the drink. Some of them act as stimulants, while others act as sedatives, creating an overall lucid effect of awakening. Herbs traditionally used to produce absinthe are reported to have both pain-killing and anti-parasitic properties. Well, maybe you feel so awake because you don't have worms.
Probably.
And the rest of us do, or something. You know, I have to say, for a bunch of people who don't turn on their cameras very often, this is a fine-looking bunch of people.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Now I'm self-aware again.
Okay.
Well, when I turn off my camera, everybody gets to admire more of Yitz's artwork. So it's a win-win.
I just hate sitting around looking at myself. It makes me self-conscious. I sit here and worry about how I look. And I can't just leave my reading glasses on. I have to put them up on my head and put them down and up and down, you know? What?
I'm doing the hand in front of the mouth thing. That's a psychological thing as well.
What is it?
It's hiding your face, being insecure. It's also because I'm sitting like crooked. I'm not sitting in a chair, it's my sofa. So
You're always slumped. You sound slumped, even when I don't know that you're slumped.
Well, I am slumped. The sofa needs to be repaired a little bit because it has a bulge.
A dip.
Yeah, a dip from me sitting here 12 to 14 hours a day.
Is that where you work? I always pictured you in like a gamer chair.
No.
Okay, can you show? Oh, wait, are we on one of your screens now?
You're on the small screen.
I want to see your setup.
I cannot.
I've worked with you way too many hours to have no idea how you work.
There are too many wires. I cannot. So this is a sofa. It's L-shaped. This is the end is here.
Okay.
It goes towards the other side.
You're at the terminal. You're at the terminal end.
Yeah. In front of me here is the laptop on a small IKEA furniture thingy.
What is that? You have a tattoo on your left wrist.
This?
Yes.
That's the first tattoo I got.
How can you not smoke, drink, or do drugs ever and have and have a tattoo. Do you have a tattoo, John?
No, I don't.
See?
I don't see the connection between the two.
Well, I guess you're a designer. Designers and artists, they just do that without ever having to have gone through a fuck up phase.
I know I don't do drugs because I don't like being something I'm not. I also dislike it because of the whole culture that I had to endure during the 6 years that I was in art school. I hated being around those people who were constantly talking about this brand and this brand of cannabis. I don't give a shit. And I also hated the laughing. Like, I was sitting in a room with people who were smoking and I was not participating. Of course, I was inhaling, probably. But they were laughing at a little fluffy thing that was in the air. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh my God.
So
you truly are. You're like the Grinch. You're so the Grinch.
I have always been like, yeah.
I bet you didn't do drugs. Yeah, you basically didn't do drugs and stuff because you were rebelling against them. So, like, no drugs is your drugs.
Yeah. I did try it once with a certain person I met online, but yeah, instead of making me mellow, it made me agitated. And
oh God, I hate pot. I have tried so hard to like marijuana in my life at several different stages, and I really just don't. It makes me paranoid and like weird. I hate it. And like Jeff says, I don't want to feel out of control. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
well, I'm always in. When I drink, I'm in control constantly. So I don't get drunk. I get drunk after like several bottles.
How would you know if you drink every couple months?
Because I have experienced actually being drunk. I traveled across Belgium in a blackout.
Oof.
On the New Year's Eve, 1999.
Belgium's not terribly big, but still, that's impressive.
Yeah, it's one of the few times that I actually regret. When I think back at it, I'm embarrassed because of course there's more to the story which I'm not going to tell you right now.
There had to be a reason you were traveling across Belgium.
Well, it was the whole IRC internet age, so we met with people online, and those people were, I think, in. I lived in Brussels at the moment, which is in the center of Belgium, and the party was actually somewhere near the Kortrijk, which is the west of Belgium. But the day after, I had to go to my grandmother in the east of Belgium.
Oh, goodness.
And during my blackout, I had like 5 minutes where I woke up, so to speak, in the train station in Brussels. But everything else, I remember vividly.
So those 5 minutes, was it when you were going from the party back to your grandmother's?
Well, maybe 5 minutes is a long time. I remember being in the big hallway of the train station. I remember someone saying something to me, like "oh la la." That's the French, like "oh." Because
oh my God! Yeah, look at you.
Apparently I had some stuff on me, and I remember yelling at him like, "Leave me alone!" But there was someone with me. And after that, it's gone again. So maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes.
So you're pretty sure that Americans know the term "ooh la la" because of shampoo. Just to circle back to that, "ooh la la, ça sent."
Yeah, but this is different. Ooh la la.
This is sort of like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's not like ooh.
Right.
It's
So
more
you
like
knew something, you looked, something.
I yeah. I don't know. I still don't know.
You threw up on yourself, yeah?
No, that's not logical because I arrived in Hasselt where the train station stopped, and my sister picked me up with her hubby,
Mhm.
and they of course noticed that I had a rough night, so to speak, but I didn't have anything on me, and of course I smelled like booze. I
Whenever
think
you're trying,
I was walking weirdly. I don't know.
whenever you're trying to figure out what you must have looked at like by logic based on somebody else's reaction to you, that's you weren't in a great situation, right?
No, it's completely blacked out. I don't remember how I got to the train station in Kortrijk. I don't remember being on the train, getting off the train. There's so much that I don't know, and it's scary. That's
Is this that party you started telling me about with those women and then the guys like got together and were like, this is stupid?
no, that's a different story.
Okay.
But I had a lot of drinks during that evening.
God, there's nothing
I
worse than that feeling though. Go ahead.
I think I should have been, if I remember correctly, I had like a bottle of vodka orange. There was a bottle of some white stuff I can't remember the name of right now. There were several shots of Genever.
Genevre.
Yeah, we had a conversation about that stuff. I think Genever.
I don't know what it is. Doesn't
But
matter.
I think I should have, if they took my blood, my blood levels, I think I would be way high. That's the last time I drank that much.
How do you spell Genevre?
I'll put it in chat.
The first time I ever got drunk was on grain alcohol and Hawaiian punch.
This is kind of grain alcohol, I think.
John, do you know what grain alcohol is?
Vaguely.
It's just, isn't it? It's almost pure alcohol, right?
It's a specific Dutch type of gin, apparently.
Dutch type of gin?
Yeah, but it's specific to the region, Geneva.
Oh, okay. It's a gin. Okay. Grain alcohol is, I think it's 95% alcohol or something. It's super duper strong, Everclear. Yeah, 95%. So it's 190 proof. And it's just stupid. And I was drinking it. They mixed it with Hawaiian punch. I was at a party with a bunch of high school kids. I was like in 8th grade, and yeah, that was almost not some bad things happened that night. But you can't. It's like very dangerous to take somebody that young and give them glasses of a drink that's that strong, because you can drink faster than you get drunk. Of course, I thought I was very cool. I think there's not a whole lot worse than being drunk or on something you do not want to feel anymore. Is Genever, is that the name of Geneva? Switzerland?
No. As far as I can read here in this Wikipedia, gin is actually a derivative of Genever.
Oh, interesting.
As the Dutch brought it to Britain and introduced it.
Okay, John, so if Yitzhak's rebellion was not doing substances, what is your sticking it to the man? Is it finding religion?
Yeah, I suppose that's what you would call it.
What would you call it?
I mean, if you mean like being like rebelling against society, that kind of thing. I mean, yes, I guess I would go back down to my religion, because it's a very, you could say, a countercultural religion, if you will.
You are way more rebellious than most of the people I know. Yes.
I didn't really think of it as being rebellious, but I guess that's kind of how it works.
It absolutely is. And it's so much harder to be unconventional than it is to be a conventional rebel.
I guess so.
It's so hard to challenge yourself all the time.
Yeah.
That's the hard part of religion. I think, like having to constantly question whether what you're doing is right. It's the good part and also the hard part. And the reason I've thought about this at all is because people think often people think Quakers are just like social liberals or something, or nice, happy, weird Buddhist hippies. And it's actually much more than that. If you're doing any rigorous moral practice right, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah. And I also come from a religious childhood, but it was different. My family is mostly Catholic, so I guess you could see that as a type of rebellion as well, into a very different type of religion.
Well, first of all, just Protestantism, but really Calvin, like much closer to Calvinist Protestantism than lots of things you could have chosen, right?
I suppose so. Well, we don't really consider ourselves to be Catholic or Protestant.
Well, you're not Catholic, right? Who doesn't? You don't think of yourselves as Protestants?
No.
Mennonites don't? What, Anabaptists?
Right, Anabaptists. Well, I don't know how other people categorize it. We consider ourselves a different branch.
Okay. So not of Martin Luther. So,
Right.
Mhm.
So yeah, if you go back far enough in church history, that it was Martin Luther would have been persecuting people like us.
Oh, yes, that makes sense. But Mennonites are chronologically after Martin Luther, right? After what, 15, whatever, 14.
The chronically only by a few years, relatively speaking.
Only by a few years.
Yes, we originated during the Reformation period.
Okay. And we tend to think of that whole thing as being about Martin Luther, but I think you're saying not so fast.
Yeah, and depending on how you look at it, you can consider both like the Lutheran branch and the Calvinist branch to be different as well. Although
Yeah.
they usually lump together as Protestant.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of Catholic and everything else first. Don't you think? I mean, that makes logical sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Because Catholicism wasn't just a church; it was the government of the Western world. It was the government, and then some kings hanging around and stuff. But once you make it okay to get divorced, thank you, Henry VIII, then suddenly, that's a big change.
Yeah, it is. But in a lot of cases, it went from being the Catholic Church was part of the government, then the Protestant Church was part of the government.
Yeah.
The difference is Well, the Anabaptists were different. We didn't believe in being part of the being basically joined to the government.
Yeah. Same with
That's
Quakers.
That's one of the reasons we got persecuted, because we didn't believe participating in the state church.
Yeah, that they should be the same thing. You know, money changers, right?
Yeah, that's part of it.
It's not just the money, though. It's like I can't remember what it is in the New Testament. Something about don't be the. I mean, the whole story of Jesus is like he's like a hardcore rebel, anti-government guy.
Pretty much. Well, the reason we got the name Anabaptist is because we believe in rebaptizing people, as adults, as opposed to the infant baptism, which we've been practicing like the state churches.
Right. You got to think about it, man. Well, we Quakers don't do any of that stuff, so there. What do your parents, what does your family think of you being a Mennonite?
Well, they probably think I'm a little bit crazy, but they seem to have gotten used to it by now.
How long have you been, how long since I guess you were baptized again?
How long has it been? Maybe 15 years.
How old were you? I mean, when you first started going to Mennonite services?
How old was I? I'd say maybe about 20.
So in college?
Yeah, around about that time.
So you were, it's similar to rebelling against the drugs in a way. I mean, you tell me, obviously, but if you're in college and you but you're seeking that's pretty different from what your peers were doing.
Yes, I think you could say as me rebelling against my peers, because I went to college and I saw the party scene, people getting drunk on drugs and all that kind of stuff, and I wanted to go away from that. That kind of thing repelled me.
That's just like what Yitzhak said about art school.
It's also what I said about having deviations. Despite being in that environment where it's a big thing, you either go with it or you go in the other direction.
I think journalism is kind of my rebellion in a way. My father's a Republican, my mother's Democrat, and in my larger family, lots of people were Democrats, and then my favorite uncle, the uncle I was closest to, was youngest, and so on, was a moral majority, like family values Republican during the Reagan administration, and just everybody fought constantly about Reagan. And I think so my rebellion in a way is being okay with everybody. It's a funny thing. I've never quite thought about it that way, but it really is the opposite of what I grew up with. Like, I'm not bothered by people who like Trump. A lot of my friends think that people who like Trump are crazy, and then other people think that liberals are all social justice warriors, and everybody's constantly naming each other bad names and then therefore hating, creating these fake people that are the opposite of themselves. And I don't do that at all, ever. That is, if anything, that is my religion, my calling. Not religion, but my calling is never doing that.
Yeah, I try to not take sides politically either, honestly. Some of my views would probably be considered conservative by most people, but I'm not a part of any political parties or anything like that.
Well, the secret truth is that, I mean, there aren't the two sides are red herrings, both of them. I mean, if the longer we continue to believe that there are two sides, the longer we're being bamboozled by parties who are perfectly happy to pretend the world has two sides and each win sometimes. There's absolute. I know that it sounds boring and normal, and yeah, we should get more points of view, but no, it's really the parties have so much control over the levers of power. The parties are not supposed to be institutional things, you know. But anyway, we've all been so like habituated to this world that it's hard for us to even think of new ideas. We can't even solve our own problems most of the time because we can't think of any ideas that are new that fit into one or the other party's stated basic ideals. And that's because they're done. Those parties are inherently 20th century beings. They started at the end of the 19th and they should be done now, and they just don't make any sense anymore. And the fact that we continue to let them convince us to divide our world into an us and them thing, based on their weird rules about what's conservative and what's liberal, which makes no sense. I just find it totally baffling, but it's basically because nothing else is offered. And that's why you should come join me in the damn fine party. Remember, I have a political party that I have done nothing with. But it's going to change fast. You know, the Republican Party it was conceived of in 1854. And it had the House, the Senate, and the White House in 1860. It took 6 years. When a realignment happens, it happens fast, and it will happen fast. There's just no reason for those two parties to really exist the way they do anymore. That's my screed.
Yeah.
I'm walking through my house. What else are we going to talk about? Somebody else take over the host chair. John, it's your turn.
Why is those over at the chat? Jeff said that politics is all about control.
Yep.
And there's that. Yes, I think like you're talking about that the two-party system and that kind of thing helps to divide us, not to help us come to an agreement. Not that I'm an expert on politics or anything like that.
It absolutely exists to do that. It's the only way to win. I know what time it is. It's kitten time. Kitty. Oh, my kitty cat. What a sweet kitten. Oh, here we go. Look over here so people can have a nice night and not talk about politics and death. And, look at that. Oh, boy. Do something funny, and then we can all get more viewers.
I'm a cat. I do not perform on command.
Her name is Pepper, but I call her the micro cat because she's perfectly proportioned but tiny. Okay, friends. So the idea behind the damn fine party, if you're going to just let me talk, I'm just going to talk, okay?
Okay.
Is to initially not talk about most of the issues that, like almost every issue that we talk about now is used by the parties as a wedge issue, which is to say most of the like content and problem that an issue signifies is no longer anything like what they say it's like, but they still use these terms to convince people that that they're radically different from the other people on the other side. So take a really serious one like abortion. Just basic facts. We have the equipment to keep premature born babies alive earlier, much earlier than we used to be able to. Here's another fact. We don't know when a fetus, you can say that a fetus is a person at the moment of fertilization, but most people wouldn't say that because they wouldn't say if they had a miscarriage that they were miscarrying a person, right? But most people wouldn't say, but most people will agree that we can keep, that a prematurely born baby is a person, right? There is something in between those two things, and we don't know where it is, and we probably will never be able to prove some line there, right? We have incredible technology. We have incredible knowledge. We don't know how the brain works. We don't know how development really happens. And you can't tell me that any of that stuff that I just said was known when abortion was made nationally legal in 1974 or 1975. But we still fight on the terms that were laid out in 74 and 75, because no one will cede any ground on anything. We can't have a rational conversation about it. Like if Roe v. Wade is overturned, as it's likely to be, right? Liberals act like it's the end of the universe, like it's the end of everything. Women will not have any more rights, right? But what's actually going to happen if that happens is it will turn back to a states' rights issue. And half of the states, roughly, already have statutes in place that make abortion more legal in a way than it is now by national, like more kinds of abortion in more situations. And about still a little less than half of the states will make it illegal. And probably most of the Planned Parenthood and so on operations will focus on busing and flying people to the states where they can get abortions. And I don't think there will be any fewer abortions because of Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade has always been a pretty terrible law as far as like law goes. Like, it doesn't work very well, and it's based on shaky ground. But we can't talk about those things because if Roe v. Wade gets overturned, it's the end of all of women's rights. Or it's a giant win for pro-life people, even though I think it will probably result in more access to abortions. So why are we still having all of the arguments and all of the political debates on the terms that were laid out in the 70s and 80s in the Cold War? You know, you want to talk about communism versus capitalism? That's one that's like worn out. Abortion, anything you want to talk about. We live in a totally different world, and this is one place where kids who have all the access to the information and each other find it baffling and irrelevant that we're still talking about these things.
Well, I have my views about abortion on moral grounds. For me, it's not really a political issue. I personally think it's morally wrong, but for me, that's completely separate from the upholding or striking down of Roe v. Wade. That's a political issue. Like you said, will it actually help the number of abortions? That's questionable at best.
Yeah,
I think if you're, for example, if you're opposed to abortions, you should be trying to help the women who might want to get an abortion so that they choose not to have one.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yes, it's totally questionable. It's complete conjecture on my part the idea that there would be more access to abortion after Roe v. Wade.
It could go either way. We don't know.
We don't know, but it's possible. The only thing I'm trying to point out is that we can't even get to this point in the discussion most of the time. It's very rare to even say this much, because it will have been a discussion all about morals versus technology versus women's rights versus, all the things you already know, right? I don't think most people who are against Roe v. Wade fall. I don't think most people who have talked about it at all know that Roe v. Wade, Roe v. Wade falling most people I think it's going to end abortion in America. And it's totally not.
It's not going to end abortion.
It's not even going to end legal abortion. Roe v. Wade just forces states that don't want to have legal abortion to have it to some extent. But a whole lot of states want to have legal abortion. Okay, we don't have to talk about this anymore, but then you guys have to say something else.
Well, that's just another example of people on both sides of the political spectrum expending effort and time, money, etc. on something where that time, effort might be much better spent on something else. Is that instead of spending money lobbying to take down Roe v. Wade, spend money on pregnancy centers to help women decide, instead of getting an abortion, maybe even if they don't want the baby, to give the baby up for adoption, for example. Or helping find parents who are willing to adopt these children, so that the choice of abortion seems a little less attractive.
Well, think about this. During 6 years of the Bush administration, 6 of his 8, Republicans had the House, the Senate, and the White House. Nothing changed on abortion. Not a single thing. When the Democrats are in control, nothing changes on abortion. The reason people bring up abortion is so that they can convince people to vote for someone. Nothing actually happens with abortion. I mean, you could argue the courts and getting judges in the right place and so on, and maybe that's, surely it has some effect on abortion, but it's not about abortion anymore. It's about wedge issues. It's about convincing people that they are morally the opposite of their neighbors, of their countrymen, that they exist in two entirely different kinds of people, and then getting them to be completely loyal to one or the other party.
Yes, because everybody from the other party is evil.
Yes.
And they're un-American and they're a threat to our way of life, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, that terrifies me. The number of people that I know who've said things like, "Oh, I can't go over there. There are Trump signs." That is losing. That's it. We're losing it there. Hi, Eric Sonder. Okay, can I say one thing about capitalism and communism real quick?
Sure,
yes,
sure.
yes, Biden conquered. Okay. I can't believe you guys are putting up with this, by the way.
We are just afraid to say bye.
You just feel like Seabrook, shut the fuck up. I'm leaving now. Okay. Capitalism and communism are like systems for doing things with incentives built into them that align with certain kinds of businesses and disalign with others. What are you doing? Are you drawing a picture of
Just
me?
talk about your communism.
It's funny. I talk to Yitzhak a lot, and I never see him. We just don't use the camera ever. Anyway, there is no reason why communism, like as an economic structure, is going to mean that you are trying to build a like kibbutz, like an entire communistic communist country. And there's no reason why using a open market capitalist system means that you are, a laissez-faire Ayn Rand lover, right? They are just systems, and certain kinds of policy ideas and processes align best with a capitalist system, like, for example, like an open market system, like when you're trying to get prices low, and some kinds of processes and policy ideals work best with a system, maybe not communist because that's such a fuzzy word, but a system that is where the human ideals are more important than the price, like, in healthcare sometimes, or education. Like, getting the thing is more important than the profit. So we need to, like, what I want to do with the Damn Fine Party is align the policy ideals with the economic system that supports it, and just be clear about that. It's not always that simple, but you don't have to, like, I am sick of being told that because I think there should be some price controls on medicines that I'm like a socialist or a communist. Like, we already do that anyway, so it's silly to call, I'm not saying me personally, but I'm sick of the argument. And I'm sick of the argument that just because you want some open market system for something, that you are a fat cat, railroad robber baron, right? Those things are over. We learned everything we could. We learned so much from the 20th century. Now let's move forward and be in the 21st and, like, use the tools we have, instead of using them to say, those people over there, they're the enemy. They're nothing like me. They're the opposite of me. In the same country, in the same culture. There. This is really fun. I hope this is recording, because, like, you're getting everything. You're getting all of the Andrea.
I'm glad you're having fun.
Did I say I was having fun? I can't believe you're listening to me, by the way. I'm not talking anymore. I need someone else to say something, or else it's just going to be like, it's almost like a performance art now.
It's your stream, so.
I think it actually, here, look, I talked again. It actually ties in with inefficient and counterproductive, because we've defined things so narrowly for so long. Like, in the Republican and Democratic parties, within those parties, you're not supposed to bring up ideas, like new policy ideas, unless you know they can pass, right? Unless you know they will be popular already. And so they only bring up things that are safe, that are tweaks on things people already know about, because that's the only thing you can know will be popular or not. We like the breadth of political thought in the United States is like this wide. And there are so many incredible, like, ideas and possibilities outside of the breadth of the two parties. It's like, it's stupid to even say there's more than two sides, because it's not two-dimensional even. There's a universe of ways that we could, choose a problem and try solutions. But instead, we take a sentence that signifies some problem we hashed out 40 years ago and use it to hurl insults at each other and do nothing and solve no problems. It's so baffling. I find it baffling. That's why I quit NPR on the 12th day of a government shutdown, because I couldn't handle the fact that Congress couldn't pass a budget. It's just totally baffling to me.
Well, I find politics to be bizarre in general. That's why I pretty much have nothing to do with it myself.
People's whole identity revolves around those sentences, those weird wedge sentences that refer to a political debate we had decades ago where all of the issues have changed. You know, it's like education. You say education, people are still fighting over whether public school or vouchers should be. You know, it's like, what the fuck? We all have the internet in our pocket. We've got bigger fish to fry than vouchers versus public. Like, we got to revamp the whole thing, or we're going to be behind the entire world.
Of course, the people in government are probably still operating over the mindset from decades ago because they haven't kept up with, how things have changed for the normal person.
Yeah, it's a good argument because something like 60% of the Senate are millionaires. They didn't start out being normal people, much less keeping up with them. But I think it has more to do with having to, you have to get the froth going to get people to vote against the other guys. You got to hate them and you got to get really, really upset about it. And yeah, they don't like, the internet. It's like the tubes. What was it called? The series of tubes?
Yes.
He was like the second in charge of the Senate at the time that he said it. The internet is like a series of tubes. Information travels along the tubes. Anyway, it's one of the reasons I like coming on to the tubes. Because while I think some people have, wackadoodle ideas, I much prefer wackadoodle ideas to the slate of vitriol and just like pure hate that happens everywhere else in politics, and pure hate with no room for any ideas ever. I mean, you're still here listening to me talk. It's amazing.
I like to listen. It's a good way to learn stuff.
Nobody in the chat is saying, "Oh my God, you're horrible." Arabic, I'm in Costa Rica. But I was just in the US 24 hours ago. Here, look, you can see my kitten looking into the hot tub. Do you see how she's staring at it? Maybe she'll do something crazy and we can all become YouTube millionaires. What if I turn on the bubbles? You think that would be cruel?
Try it. I can see your fall in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it like you told me it's a blow up?
Yeah, but I mean it's really sturdy.
Okay.
Oh, she's not gonna.
That would be funny too. If she scratched it open and everything would pour out.
Yeah. Okay, you ready, guys? Here we go.
There she jumps right at the camera.
Yeah, she was not a fan of that. Poor kitty. So I got to go to the live channel and see if I can catch it. I am a horrible person. I'm going to cat hell. Hey, Yitzu, what's politics like in Belgium? Oh, shit. I know what politics sort of is like there.
It's even more complicated than over there, I think.
Definitely more complicated. That's for sure.
I'm not following it. There's a lot more parties. There's a lot more French versions of those parties. Yeah.
A lot more French versions?
Yeah, each party has its French equivalent.
I thought every party had to have French and Flemish, Dutch.
Yeah, pretty much. You have the liberals on both sides. You have the socialists on both sides. You have the Democrats on both sides. You have the Greens on both sides. Then there's like little parties that don't really have anything to say. And then there is which is considered the right-wing party.
Wait, what's the right-wing party called?
Vlaams Belang.
Vlaams Belang.
Flemish. What's Belang? Let me check.
Does it belong?
They used to be called the Flemish Bloc.
Oh.
They changed.
Does belong mean belong? Like
Flemish interest.
Interest, okay.
Those are the slightly more Trumpian, I guess.
You cannot classify Trump. It's.
I know, but these are the people who are against the CST stuff in this period.
CST?
The COVID certificate bullshit, QR codes.
Right. The COVID papers for going into quasi-public places, right?
And into everything except stores.
Just grocery stores, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like other stores, you do have to have the papers.
It depends. I don't go to stores, so I don't know, but I'm sure there are certain stores that have like scanners. I told you about when my youngest son had a birthday party at a bowling alley.
Mm-hmm.
And I went inside without because I don't have it. So
to be clear, were you wearing a mask?
Not at first.
But it wasn't the mask they were asking for. It was the QR code?
I went to the counter without mask. He asked me, "Can you put on your mask?" I said, "Sure." I gave my son one of mine because he had to stay there. My daughter I didn't bother with. I put on my mask and I said, "I'm technically not allowed to be here because I don't have that crap."
Oh, Yitzi, you're so smart.
But I'm just gonna drop off my son over there where the party was going on, and he was like, "Okay." So I dropped him off and I left.
I thought you had to stand outside the door or something.
Well, because I'm so open, I guess he was like, "Okay, fine." But other people were actually stopped from entering before they showed their whole QR thing.
Oh. And what does the QR code actually certify?
You get a QR code when you are tested positive, I think. So you have your immunity, or when you have a vaccine or a booster. And there's a certain period, I think it's 6 months, maybe 4 months now, I don't know, where you are valid to go anywhere with that code.
I gotta, I'll be back in a second. I got a cat fight.
Okay. So do I need to explain it further, or?
Well, I think I got the general idea.
Yeah, I know. It's not the first time it has been mentioned, but Apparently, Costa Rica doesn't have any of that stuff.
Unfortunately, where I live, we have in Florida, we have a Republican governor. So he's been trying to oppose all these kind of mandates for masks and so on.
Yeah, DeSantis.
Right.
I saw his advertisement a couple of days ago. I can't remember what it was against, but it was funny. I think he's sitting at a table eating something. There she is.
Here I am. I had to get my super flashlight. Yeah.
That's pretty bright.
I have to go out and find my other cat. You're welcome to stay here, and I will be back, but it's going to be a couple minutes, so I thought I should give everybody the option of just saying, okay, Seabrook time is over.
I was thinking I probably need to get at least a couple hours of sleep tonight. So
What time does Captain Trek still do Fridays?
He has something scheduled.
For what time?
I'll check.
It used to be
I think 1 o'clock here, which is in half an hour.
yeah. It used to be 5:30 or 6 Central, and it's
Yeah.
5:23 now.
So in half an hour, Captain Trek will have his morning brew.
Okay, hold on. Mountains. I've missed a whole bunch of texts. I mean, not texts, chats. I find it amazing that something was evil, wrong, and everyone who supports it is a you-know-what. But once their side gets power, suddenly that is all okay, and anyone against it is an evil, vile. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. For be aware that there are more than just two options. That's division. There are 3 big parties and 9 smaller parties here in Ireland, more voices heard. Yes, but that is a parliamentary system, which is... I've thought about this for a long time, as you can tell, and I actually am for the 2-party system as long as the parties are not static, institutional beings. I think part of the evil here is closed primaries, that you can only vote in primaries if you are of that party. I just don't think those should be arms of the government. I don't think parties should have the controls of the actual structures of government. In a parliamentary system, you can have 3 big parties and 9 smaller parties because you can have they form coalitions constantly. Okay, Mountains of Elysium. They have stopped asking for vaccine passes or QR codes here in Ireland, and masks are optional from March 1st. And Brainy says, Jeff says, message received. Please stand by. I have no idea what that is.
I'm not sure.
Wait, Mountains isn't. What happened to Raven?
Potato Raven?
Revan. I wanted to call him Raven. Yeah.
He's still around.
Oh, good. He's nuts. I like him. Okay, well, for the damn fine party, I'm Andrea Seabrook. I don't know how to stop. I don't know how to stop anymore.
You can do the stair thing where you're like slowly going down.
Did I tell you that I did that once on the set? I worked for a Mexican soap opera, and I did that on the set once.
Maybe I remember.
I think that must be why you're listening. You're thinking of it. Yeah. Okay. Final words, John. What are your final words from this experience?
Well, it was a fascinating discussion, so I appreciate being on the panel with you, and good to see you again.
Thank you. Yitze?
I would suggest translating those those few sentences so we can finish the newspaper.
Ah.
And yeah, that's it.
Back to work for Yitze. And for my part, I really, really appreciate you guys being so open to talking about things that are hard. We don't do this in our culture very often, and it's amazing to find people that will, and who aren't just immediately offended. And it's the best part of humanity is making connections like that.
I think you picked out two of the least offensive.
Offended.
Yeah, people you can least offend.
I don't know if that's true, actually. I mean,
you were skirting the line a bit with the boobies and the sex stuff for
Yeah.
John, but
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I just really appreciate it, for real. Like, thanks, guys.
here to serve.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You're here to stay.
You gonna be doing more inefficient and counterproductive streams?
Yes, we are going to do more. We're going to try and. We've been doing the show for a long time, by the way. It just hasn't been. We had to keep it inefficient and counterproductive, so we didn't actually, put anything out there yet. I don't know what's going to happen. Who knows? But you guys are the original homies. I'm going to go find my kitty.
So far.
Hi, guys.
See you later.
Have a good night or morning.
I'm going to pop in on Captain Trek. And does Bird go on Fridays now these days?
Yeah, Friday afternoon usually.
Is that the Bed Life or?
Yeah, you just bed like Monday and Friday usually.
Is that the one with the anonymous emails?
Yeah.
Ooh, I have that link somewhere. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.